小社寺さん、それでは始めます。
Daily Flicker, July 30, 1935. ABC affair, no progress. The alphabet murderer is still on the run. Ever since the police found the connection between the Bexhill and Andover affairs, the inquiry has barely progressed. In this issue, we are publishing provocative letters sent by the killer to Hercule Poirot. Unfortunately, they have not yet helped to find him. Daily Flicker, July the 26th, 1935. The Bexhill Horror. Young maid strangled on the beach. Killer struck at midnight. Some cool hair.
松下慎二さん、こんばんは。何気に楽しみにしてました。小社寺さん、松下さんこんばんは。小社寺さん、字幕読むのいります？わら。
It is not a good time.
松下慎二さん、多分、なくて大丈夫じゃないかと。青木彩さん、こんばんは。小社寺さん、では、先週と同じスタイルでいきますか？青木彩さん、松下さんこんばんは。小社寺さん、彩さんこんばんは。松下慎二さん、彩さんこんばんはです。青木彩さん、今日ロックまんじゅう配信したのでよろしくです。青木彩さん、4にまくりましたが。小社寺さん、配信お疲れ様でした。
Hastings' photo album. He is very proud of his bag. Bexley, Sussex, population
松下真司さん、ロックマンですか。最近プレステ4のロックマンコレクション揃えたので参考にさせてもらいますね。
In his haste, Hastings tore the envelope.
青木彩さん、どうぞ。今のところを16と9と10をしてますね。松下真司さん、初代だけ派海外版のメガマンですが、わら。小謝寺さん、もう結構配信しましたね。青木彩さん、7と8はまだするか決めてませんね。あまりやってないので。
That is no way to pack suitcases.
Heavens, we must hurry. We have to get to
どう
Chester
も、
before the
山さ
murder.
ん、小謝寺さん、皆さんこんばんは。私は去年のゲオセールでロックマン11買いましたが1ステージもクリアしないまま放置しましたよ。わら。
Hastings' order and method are always necessary,
小謝寺
regardless
さ
of
ん、
the
ともさん
circumstances.
こんばんは。
Okay, okay.
松
I'll
下
let
真
you
司さ
pack
ん、
them.
ともさんこんばんは。青木彩さん、1と2、3と4は
It
続
really
け
is a
てしてま
disgrace
す。
to leave your
青木彩
belongings
さ
in
ん、
such a
とも
mess.
山さんこんばんは。石原淳さん、こんばんは。雪葉大丈夫ですか？小謝寺さん、石原さんこんばんは。松下真司さん、石原さんこんばんは。小謝寺さん、うちの方は大丈夫ですね。とも、山さん、石原さんこんばんは。
Voilà. It only took a minute.
Poirot, you were right.
青木彩さん、11は未だにやってなかったりしますか？プレ
I've
ス
just
テ4版
consulted
も
the
スイー
ABC
トチ版
guide.
も両
There's
方あ
no
るの
hurry.
に。
The next train doesn't leave till 11:45.
石原淳
You
さ
see,
ん、彩さ
there
ん
is
こ
no
んばん
need to
は。
hurry. We will not be in Chester until tomorrow morning.
青木彩さん、石原さんこんばんは。
But why has the murderer warned us so late? It's not what he usually does. Did he do it on purpose?
Very good question, Hastings. We should also compare the letter we have just received with the other two.
石原淳
Also,
さ
I
ん、
have very
とも
little
さん
doubt
こん
about
ばん
what
は。
we will find.
石原淳さん、松下さんこんばんは。
Right,
とも、
let
山
us
さん、
compare this new
11は攻
letter
略
with the
動画見
second
ると
one.
サクッと終わってるんですが自分にはあんなプレイできないです。
Let us examine this more closely.
小謝寺さん、アクションゲーム派大抵見るのとやるの派大違いなんですよねわら。
Certain characters in the two letters may have similar defects. The W is not print. Right. Let us compare this with
青
the
木
other
彩さ
letter.
ん、11は知らないですよね。前にカップーさんが少しだけしてたのを見たくらいかな。
Of course, the W characters in the two letters do indeed have the same defects. I have to find some other similar defects
石
to
原淳さ
confirm
ん、
my
ロ
theory.
ックマン派最近プレイしたら、すぐに落ちました。エアーマンが倒せない。改めて、ボスが倒せない。わらわら。
Yes,
松
this
下
eye
真司
is
さん、
weird.
時間止めるのがコツですかね。システム派そのままなのに全然古臭くないの
No,
がロック
I
マンの
already
面
know that the
白いと
letter
ころですね。
W was deleted in the two letters. I have to find some others. Yes, the I characters in the two letters do indeed have the same defects. I have to find some other similar defects to confirm
青
my
木彩
theory.
さん、ボコニャンさんが私のプレイ見てるとロックマンが簡単に見えるって言ってましたね。とも、山さん、エアーマンも歌が有名だけども実際ハニの中じゃ弱ボスの1体なんですけどね。青木彩さん、なかなか嬉しいコメント。小社寺さん、簡単に見えるというのが一番の褒め言葉ですな。わら。
Right. Let us compare. That's right. The A characters in the two letters. My theory was right. These two letters. Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
石原淳さん、サンドスにありますけど。2あげました、9。青木彩さん、エアーシューターがかわしにくいですけどね。バスターゴリ押しで倒せるエアーマン。
The letter should have arrived in time. The postmark shows that it was sent 3 days ago. However, our man made a mistake in the address, which explains the delay. All the same, the post office took their time correcting the error.
とも、山さん、
Come on,
僕の火の
Poirot.
鳥
Your
なら
address is
クリア
not
まで
quite as
20
well
分
known as
台
that
く
of
らいで
Scotland
できる
Yard.
ので人に見せられるプレイになるかもしれない。
Poirot, the
石原
telephone.
淳さん、
It must be
昔
Jack.
はロックマン。1時間でクリアできましたけど、下手くそになりました。わらわら。青木彩さん、サンドス版流行りにくかったような操作性が。松下真司さん、エアーマン派足場作ってバスターゴリ押しでいけますね。小社寺さん、火の鳥この前クリアまで遊びましたね。20分大破すごいですね。
I have some news from Churchton. Bad news, I'm afraid.
青木
Sir
彩さん、
Carmichael Clark was
すごい
murdered
火の
while
鳥っ
out
て
on
難
his
し
evening
くなか
walk.
ったですか？
Sir Carmichael Clark. The name is familiar to me.
He was a famous throat specialist, one of the best in London. A wealthy man, he retired to Combside, a beautiful house by the sea. He collected antiques.
Are you going there?
Yes, let's meet on the train.
石原淳さん、火の鳥難しいですよね。わらわら。とも、山さん、あれはワープルート把握してるかどうかだけですね。小社寺さん、ワープゾーン見つけるのが大変なゲームですな。 小社寺さん、私は教えてもらいましたけど、わら。
The victim is called Sir Carmichael Clark, one of the best throat specialists in London.
松下真司さん、火の鳥派ワープの仕方を覚えないとなかなか難しいですね。当時派無限
It
ループ
appears
して
that the
ました。
murderer made a mistake when he wrote his letter.
A mistake? Lucky for him.
And what if he did it on purpose?
No. He's defined his madcap rules and he's sticking to them. It's a matter of pride for him. Shall we go up to the house, Poirot?
You go, my friends. I will come soon. This place
とも、
is
山
very
さん、
calming.
山と一周してワープで未来を一周太鼓に行って一周帰った後さらに1ステージ進んでワープを掘ったら山と8です。わら。
The site is exceptional. It is easy to imagine that Sir Carmichael used to enjoy stopping here every evening. The body is just in front of a bush, one of the only bushes in the surrounding area. The vegetation behind the bush has been trampled. Jap has emptied the victim's pockets and has laid out their contents on this piece of wax cloth. A signet ring, very probably with the Clark family's coat of arms. Nothing appears to be missing from this wallet.
松下真司さん、火の鳥とアトランティス派攻略にワープが必要だけど、当時派何の情報もなくて苦労しました。小社寺さん、アトランティスもワープが難解ですよね。
Oriental
わら。
dragon. It's an old piece, much older than the pocket watch on which it was fastened. It is pointless.
とも、山さん、子供だけあって同じソフトを延々とプレイしてたので火の鳥派買ってクリアするまで2ヶ月くらいでできましたよ。
Apart from the wound to the throat, the body is untouched. No cuts, no bruises. gravel on the
松
path
下
has
真
been
司さん、
sprayed with
な
blood
ぜか
that
トラン
covers
ス
a
フォーマー
conical
ク
shaped
リアでき
area,
ました。
which
少し自
starts
慢
at。the body and becomes wider as it moves further from the bush.
小社寺さん、トランスフォーマーも難しかったですなぁ。わら。とも、山さん、そっちの方がはるかにすごいですね。
An
石原
ABC
淳さん、
guide,
松下
the
さん、
murderer's
すげえ。
customary
多分
signature,
僕は未だ
covered
に
in
でき
blood
ま
this
せん。
time.
わら。石原淳さん、コンボイの謎ですか？とも、山さん、最終ステージのループで投げ
Sir
ました。
Carmichael's throat was cut. It's a clean incision, a professional murder. Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
.青木彩さん、トランスフォーマー、伝説の公芸ですか？
Sir Carmichael had his
石原
back to
淳
the
さん、
bush when the
僕も
killer
カ
cut
セッ
the
トを
throat
投げ
from
ました。
behind. A fatal blow that sprayed blood over a range of more than 1 meter. Let us now try and get our
青
brain
木彩
cells
さ
to
ん、
work.
実際にプレイしたことないですが。小社寺さん、始まって数秒でやられるやつですな。わら。青木彩さん、動画見てるだけでやばいですね。石原淳さん、小社寺さん。確かに、わらわら。
Have you finished, Poirot?
Chief Inspector, many questions remain unanswered, but I am
と
certain
も
of one、thing.
山さん、チャーチャチャーチャーチャーチャーチャララララーバク。
The killer has prepared his crime very carefully.
Quite right. He must have known Sir Carmichael's movements well to plan such an attack.
松下真司さん、ロボット芸としては意外と
The
嫌いじゃないん
murderer
で
struck
すけ
with
どね。
terrible savagery.
Yes, blood flowed. It's the first time he's attacked a man. He armed himself accordingly.
Have you spoken to the victim's family, Chief Inspector?
I've spoken to the brother, Franklin Clark. I didn't get much out of him. He's yours. I must get the body removed.
I had better go up to campsite.
To be honest, this inspector seems rather obtuse. I'm counting on your friend Poirot to catch my brother's murderer. Ah, here he is now. Please, Mr. Poirot. Mr. Poirot, this is my brother's secretary, Miss Thora Gray.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Poirot. Would you like some tea?
No, thank you, mademoiselle. I find it hard to digest.
とも、山さん、いくらアニメが放送されてたとはいえあんなクソゲーが61万、もう売れちゃうとか情報の拡散力なかったんだなぁ。
It is not the right time. It is not the right... There is something elegant about her. She has good taste, except perhaps in her choice of jewelry.
Please excuse me, I have to take care of Lady Clark.
It is not the right time. Hastings does not like very hot tea. He's going to blow on his cup for a good while before drinking.
松下真司さん、それを言ったらファミコンの北斗の拳も売り上げなら確か100万本超
It
え
is
て
a
たよう
once in a
な。わら。
lifetime opportunity to question him.
My brother's wife is gravely ill. You will probably want to question her, but I fear that it won't be possible today.
Of course, I understand. Someone set a trap for your brother. Who was familiar with his habits?
Everybody knew he took his evening walk at
石
half
原
past
淳
8,
さん、
and that
そ
he
んな
always
に、
followed the
すご
same
いで
path.
すね。
And did people of the village know Sir Carmichael's habits?
I don't know. It's possible.
石原淳
What
さ
were
ん、
you doing
北
last
斗の
night?
拳派世代です。
After dinner, I went to my bedroom.
と
At
も、
11 in the
山さ
evening,
ん、
the
ファ
telephone
ミコン
rang.
版
It
の
was the
北斗の
police.
拳があれだったのもあって、
I went to look
北
for my
斗の拳のためだけにセガマーク2を買ってしまう人もちらほらいたんですけどね。わら。
Was it your favorite novel?
The Railway Children by Edith Nesbit. I know it's a children's book, but it's enthralling.
So it was you who found the body.
Yes, along with the gardener.
Have you seen any strangers around the house recently?
No. As far as I know, nobody has been near the house.
Miss Clark.
Oh, Lady Clark must have fallen from her chair. I have to help Miss Grey get her up.
Hastings, while our host is gone, let's examine the drawing room.
青木彩さん、
Poirot,
北斗の拳すごいですね。格闘ゲームもあるんですが、永久コンボ
All
と
you have to
即
do
死
is to
芸な
leave the
のに
drawing
未だ
room
に
door
人気あ
ajar
りま
and
す。
let me know if anyone is coming.
「小社寺さん、北斗人気派やっぱりすごいですね。
There are some very valuable objects here.
青木彩さん、私がやってるギルティのアークさんから出てます、北斗の拳。
Compass, point to the south. Bronze and magnetite, Han Dynasty, circa 210 BC, purchased in Hong Kong 1935.
青木彩さん、通称格闘バスケ呼ばれてます。松下真司さん、アークシステムワークスの歯なかなか面白い。青木彩さん、なぜか歯動画見てもらえばわかる思います。とも、山さん、読んだのが昔すぎてストーリーうろ覚えなのもあってドス版とか北斗が如くやろうとは思いつつ結局やらないで放置です。
A dragon. A crane? A tiger. A turtle. It is an emperor. His place at the center of the table is probably symbolic.
松下慎二さん、北斗が如く派、北斗ファンも如くファンも困惑するゲームなので、笑。
Dragon.
小謝寺さん、北斗が如くハゲオの半額セール対象でしたな、笑。
Comside's private collection, purchases since 1920. The catalogue for Sir Carmichael Clark's collection.
桜アイスさん、小謝寺さん、リスナーのみんな、こんばんは。小謝寺さん、桜アイスさんこんばんは。どうも、山さん、ストーリー改編やらキャスト変更すごいですからね。松下慎二さん、桜アイスさんこんばんは。石原淳さん、桜アイスさんこんばんは。どうも、山さん、桜アイスさんこんばんは。青木彩さん、桜アイスさんこんばんは。ノーカット詐欺実況者さん、こんばんは。
This book could maybe help me. Each cardinal point is associated with one animal and one color. In the middle sits the imperial dragon, and out of respect, all the others are turned towards him. Each cardinal point is associated with one animal and one.
松下慎二さん、ノーカットさんこんばんは。桜アイスさん、石原さん、松下さん、ともさん、青木さん、ノーカットさん、こんばんは。石原淳さん、ノーカット詐欺実況者さんこんばんは。
Turtle, the dragon, the crane, and the tiger. I think I've already seen this
光ゆ
motif
うきさん、
somewhere.
桜アイスさんこんばんは。ロックマン興味あるけど、青木彩さんの実況派ページにたどり着けてなくて、未だに見たことがなくてごめん。青木彩さん、プレステ4版の NG 入手したんで今度配信しますね。金曜日くらいかな。松下慎二さん、ゆうきさんこんばんは。小謝寺さん、ゆうきさんこんばんは。石原淳さん、光ゆうきさんこんばんは。ノーカット詐欺実況者さん、あやさん、小謝寺さん、松下さん、桜アイスさん、石原さん、光ゆうきさん、こんばんは。光ゆうきさん、松下さん、青木彩さん、ゆうきさんこんばんは。桜アイスさん、光さん、こんばんは。小謝寺さん、URL 省略。青木彩さん、普通に青木彩で出てきませんか？小謝寺さん、あやさんのチャンネル。松下慎二さん、自分もあやさんのチャンネルにたどり着けてないですね。光ゆうきさん、松下さん、青木彩さん、小謝寺さん、ノーカットさん、石原さん、小謝寺さんこんばんは。青木彩さん、小謝寺さんありがとうございます。 青木彩さん、違う彩が引っかかるのかな？お。光ゆうきさん、その話が出た時に、翌日そのお名前で検索したけど、なぜかたどり着けなかったからその時に諦めたんです。わらわらこしゃじさん、ありがとうね。松下真司さん、とりあえずポチッと登録してきました。後でゆっくり拝見させてもらいますね。光ゆうきさん、かといって本人に聞くのは恥ずかしくてね。青木彩さん、松下さんありがとうございます。
It's locked. The interior is richly decorated.
青木彩さん、ツイッターしてませんからね。宣伝ないし仕方ないかな。こしゃじさん、ツイッター派アカウント作るくらいはしてもいいと思いますよ。青木彩さん、ツイッター検索でしょうか？石原淳さん、とりあえず、彩さんの高評価だけ押しました。ロックマンさん苦手ならずる OK です。わらわら。
Dragon.
こしゃじさん、ロムとかで連絡できる手段がある方がいいですな。青木彩さん、石原さんありがとうございます。いい緩急スタートですかね。
It is an emperor. His place at a turtle.
青木彩さん、3苦手な方は試してみてください。石原淳さん、副番なら、無敵ロックマンできましたね。あと大ジャンプも。光ゆうきさん、このコミュに来てる人も、私がチャンネル登録してる人としてない人がいます。わらわら基本的に私に絡んでくれて、その方が動画投稿されてたら登録するようにしてますけど、青木彩さん、4以降はパスワードでいかん記録されませんので。こしゃじさん、上、スザク、下、玄武、右、白虎、左、青竜。
Turtle, the dragon, the crane and the tiger. I think I've already seen this motif somewhere.
青木彩さん、
The position
7は
of
い
each
けたか
motif is
な？
correct, but
考える
they
運
are
忘
not
れ
turned
た。
the same way as on the table. The position of each motif is correct, but they are not turned.
「ノーカット詐欺実況者さん、スザク、玄武、白虎、青流派麻雀格闘クラブで覚えました。」松下慎二さん、青流派東、とか方角合わせるのかな？石原淳さん、僕派、悠々白書で覚えました。わらわら。
Position of each motif resembles that of those on the
光
table.
祐希さん、スザク、玄武、白虎、青龍といえば幽白しか覚えがない。小謝寺さん、あとはゲームボーイの差がですな、わら。光祐希さん、差がついでにロマンシングサガさん、もう面白いぞ顔。ノーカット詐欺実況者さん、私は悠々白書の方が後だったような気がします。松下慎二さん、ファミコンのアプグの新宣伝のボス、はマイナーすぎるか、わら。小謝寺さん、これで合ってないのかな？青木彩さん、サガシリーズしたことないですね。レベルないアプグ派なんか。 青木彩さん、面白い聞きますが。
The cardinal points. This book could maybe help me. Each cardinal point is
石原
associated
潤
with
さ
one
ん、
animal
実
and
は
one
僕も
color.
サガシリーズ発したことないですね。わらわら一応ゲーマーなんですが、わらわら、光るゆうきさん、サガシリーズ派ぜひやってほしいです。ところでこういうゲーム珍しいね。考えなくてはならないゲームなのにさっきからうるさくしてごめんね。黙っておくわね。青木彩さん、最近リマスター版出てましたね。サガフロンティア。小謝寺さん、黙らなくて大丈夫ですよ、わら。ノーカット詐欺実況者さん、ロマサガさんはいきなりマネーゲームみたいなのが始まって積んだ疲れた。小謝寺さん、サガ系派ロマサガ1をめっちゃやりましたなぁ。光るゆうきさん、じゃあ黙らず投稿するか顔。小謝寺さん、むしろロマサガさんはマネーゲームしかしてなかったです、わら。光るゆうきさん、ロマサガさんが一番やりやすいです。マネーゲーム派トレードですね。あれ派必須ではないですよ。ノーカット詐欺実況者さん、ロマサガ1のエンカウントとか、よくやり続けたよなーって思います。松下真司さん、方角的に秋田が玄武、南が朱雀、東が青龍、西が白虎だったかな？うろ覚えだけど。光るゆうきさん、マネーゲームもハマれば面白いですけどね。ネルさん、ウース夜勤行ってくらー。ブルニックス、コスタさん、コシャジさん、こんばんは。皆さん、こんばんは。光るゆうきさん、ロマサガ1、派敵がバカほど出てくるから集合体恐怖症の人はやめましょう。桜アイスさん、ロマサガさん、あの株主ゲーム入らなかった無表情。コシャジさん、ベネルさんこんばんは。夜勤頑張ってください。松下真司さん、ベネルさんこんばんは。頑張って。石原潤さん、ブルニックスさんこんばんは。石原潤です。小謝寺さん、ブルニックスさんこんばんは。ノーカット詐欺実況者さん、マネーゲームにハマってそればかりやっている人もいるって聞いたことあるし、そうなんだろうと思います考える。桜アイスさん、ベネルさん、こんばんは。青木彩さん、ブルーニックスさんこんばんは。石原潤さん、ベネルさん、こんばんは。お仕事頑張ってください。光るゆうきさん、ロマサガ1、おやるより、ロマンシングサガミンストレルソングがおすすめ。リメイクでほぼ別ゲームみたいですが、あれはまだやりやすくなってますね。ノーカット詐欺実況者さん、ベネルさん、こんばんは。光るゆうきさん、ベネルさん、夜勤頑張ってねー。
These daggers are only ceremonial
小謝寺
weapons.
さん、ミンサガもいつかやりたいんですよね。ロマサガ1だとストーリー中途半端だったところもありましたからね。
Ernest Logan, MD, Brighton Cancer Institute, 201 Dusk Road, Brighton, Sussex.
ブルニックス、コスタさん、石原潤さん、桜アイスさん、松下さん、ベネルさん、こんばんは。
January the 5th. As a
光
man of
結城
science,
さん、
I
サガ
hold
フロン
to
ティア
the
派全員
definitive
それぞれのドラマがあって面白いですよ。ただあれ派全体的に単純文化なので、ストーリー性派
I
少し薄れ
confess
ま
I
す
didn't
が、
suspect anything like that during the first exams. But with the test results I have received today, there is unfortunately no place for doubt. I estimate
松
that Lady
下真
Clark's
司さ
life
ん、ロマサ
expectancy
ガ
is
スー
no
ファ
more
2
than
番派
1 year.
今やると色々とシステム的にきつ
Hospitalization
いで
would
す
not
から
help
ね。
in her case, so I advise you to keep her at home and provide her with as
桜
much
アイス
morphine
さ
as
ん、
required
ブル
to
ニッ
ease
ク
her
ス
last
ハロー。
moments. Yours sincerely, Ernest Logan.
Here's Miss Gray.
Sorry to keep you waiting. Lady Clark's condition
松下
requires
真
regular
司さん、
care.
ブルニックスさん
I
こん
believe
ば
you
ん
want to
は。
ask me a few questions.
Indeed, mademoiselle.This porcelain is
ブ
remarkable.
ルニック
Is
ス、
it
小
old?
須田さん、石原、
It's
淳
about 3
さん、
centuries old,
石
I
原淳
believe.
さん、
Wait, let
レ
me
ム
find
ブ
the
レイ、
reference.
光結城さん、ミンサガ派8人全員クリアしました。大学生の時に1人目を。
She appears to be very flustered. She's unable to hide her emotion, and her makeup has been disturbed. I think that this young woman has just been kissed.
ノーカット詐欺実況者さん、ちなみにロマサガ1の初回プレイ時ハラスボスの再戦中にデータが飛んで消えた不安あれが私の一番きついデータ飛びでしたね。光結城さん、ミンサガ派8人全員クリアしました。大学生の時に1人目をクリアして8人目を越したの派34歳の時です。何年かかったか顔。
And choose his new acquisitions.
桜アイスさん、けどロマサガのスーファミ派、セーブがなくなることあったよね顔。小社寺さん、長い間楽しめてますね。
Did you have a good relationship with your employer?
He treated me well, and I am sorry for his death.
Have you seen any strangers hanging around in the past few days?
No. Nobody has been near Comside.
Tell me what happened last night.
After dinner? Well, I did some sewing, and then I went to bed. I was woken by the telephone at 11. I heard Franklin Clark speaking with the gardener. They left with some lanterns, and they found the body.
光結城さん、長い間楽しんだというより、だるくなって飽きた矢印やりたくなってハマってクリア矢印。光結城さん、
Am
だ
I
るく
right
なって飽き
thinking
たの
that
繰り
something
返
is
しです。
going on between you and Franklin?
How dare you ask me such a question?
ブルニックス、小須田さん、
You.
私派
Why
あ
do
な
you
た
dare
の名
kiss
前を
your
決
good
して
friend
忘
in the
れま
house
せ
of a
ん。
dead man?
今、
Mr.
私派
Poirot,
漢字を
you
書
are
くことを学ぶ必要があります。
despicably.
石原淳さん、
Miss Gray, if I may be so bold, please do not take offense. My friend has rather unusual methods, but all he wants is to find the murderer.
Yes, I understand. I must rest. Please excuse me.
ブルニックス、小須田さん、
Earlier, you
Google
asked me to watch the living room door for you. I don't
Karu
wish to be
Yuki-san,
indiscreet, but
we-
sometimes a
you-
gentleman stumbles upon a secret without intending to.
That is sometimes the case.
And I saw Franklin Clark kissing Miss Gray at the foot of the stairs.
Do you think this is a common occurrence?
No, I saw emotion, intensity. I think it was their first kiss.
Well done, mon ami. Well spotted.
However, I don't think I completely understand this business. Why did Sir Carmichael not defend himself? He appeared to have been active and strong.
The murderer did not
石
give
原
him a
淳さん、
chance.
了解矢
Let us
印
try
了
and
解。
reconstruct the scene.
光ゆうきさん、Wii U 持ってたらスーファミのロマサガ1の配信版をやると、データ波ほぼ消えないので原作したいならそちらがおすすめ。
The old man walks quietly along the gravel path.
He then passes the bush and continues on his way to the house.
No, Sir Clark used to gaze at the sea. Let her think again. Sir Clark is taking his customary walk. Our killer is hiding behind a bush.
ブルニックス、コスタさん、ナイス。
The old man walks quietly along the gravel path. Then he turns towards the sea to gaze at it. The killer leaves his hiding place on the right-hand side. He approaches silently over the grass. Then he throws himself on his prey and cuts the poor
松
man's
下
throat.
真司さん、データ波消えなくてもサルウィンの鬼畜さは変わらない。
He then lays down the ABC before leaving. Everything appears to match the crime scene, mon cher Hastings. That is exactly what happened.
Oh, just a minute. I'm getting dressed.
ノーカット詐欺実況者さん、喉を切り裂くとか怖い選択肢あるんですね。青木彩さん、ラスボスでしたっけ？光ゆうきさん、原作派敵の人海戦術がだるすぎてサルウィンにたどり着けた試しがないです。わらわら。光ゆうきさん、そうですね。
Yes, yes, indeed I have.
小謝寺さん、事件の再現ですから、わら。
Mr. Cast, are you alright? You don't seem well.
My apologies. My throat is burning and my head feels heavy. It's ever since the war, you know. Since my injury, my head has never been the same.
Poirot, it's a pleasure to be with you again after all these years. I looked for a gift to thank you, and I found this
小謝寺
propelling
さん、
pencil.
サルウィン派ラスボ
An
スです
authentic
ね。
collector's item. You spoil me, mon ami.
And you more so by sharing investigations.
Do not underestimate the help you are to me, Hastings. Intellect is not everything. There is also goodwill, and you are not short of that. Later, I will ask you to help me tidy up the room and bring some chairs. Our guest will be here soon.
Ah, is Thora Grey coming?
Naturally. She is a fascinating young woman, n'est-ce pas?
Oh, come on, Poirot. I'm a married man. And Miss Grey has already been courted by Franklin Clark. Poirot, our guests will be here soon. We must prepare ourselves.
光ゆうきさん、サルウィンに。
I should take advantage of the silence to examine them.
ノーカット詐欺実況者さん、小謝寺さん、そうなんですね。おしゃべりに夢中で読み飛ばしていたみたいです。すいません。松下真司さん、トロフィーゲット。 社寺さん。光ゆうきさん、おめでとう。小社寺さん、あざっすー。光ゆうきさん、サルーインにあの頃何度殺されたか。石原淳さん。桜アイスさん、おめでとうございます。いや。石原淳さん。
Initial D.
松下慎二さん、遊びが始まった、わら。光ゆうきさん、サルーインもやけど、破壊するものもトラウマでしたわ。知ってる人いるかな考える？石原淳さん。わらわら。小社寺さん、遊びまくっていいんですよ、わら。石原淳さん。青木彩さん、そろそろ失礼しますね。また来ます。ありがとうございました。小社寺さん、はい、お疲れ様でした。光ゆうきさん、青木彩さん、お疲れ様。ノーカット詐欺実況者さん、あやさん、お疲れ様でした。石原淳さん、あやさんお疲れ様です。今度、チャンネル、お邪魔します。わら。松下慎二さん、あやさんお疲れ様でした。ぼちぼち配信見させてもらいますね。
Sometimes I love a brunette, sometimes I love a blonde.
桜アイスさん、青木さん、おやすみなさい。
The song says, sometimes I love a blonde who comes from
石原
Eden
潤
by
さん。
way of Sweden. But I am not sure that this blonde is an angel. Donald is always on edge.
光るゆうきさん、トロフィーいい音やな。
Leave me alone.
榊響さん、こんばんは。今日は続く爆発事件の日でしたか。小謝寺さん、トロフィー集めたくなりますよ。わら。小謝寺さん、響さんこんばんは。石原潤さん、響さんこんばんは。桜アイスさん、榊さん、こんばんは。小謝寺さん、鈴木爆発ではないですな、わら。松下慎二さん、響さんこんばんは。ノーカット詐欺実況者さん、響さん、こんばんは。石原潤さん。
Mr. Poirot, I don't like being stared at. If you have something to say, would you please say it to me?
She's looking at Mr. Fraser out of the corner of her eye.
榊響さん、あえてひねった表記したのに台無しにしていく棒読みちゃん、わらわら。光るゆうきさん、鈴木爆発って、面白いのかな考える今日するがや見かけたけど。小謝寺さん、シュールでめっちゃ面白いですよ、わら。とも、山さん、それなりに遊べますよ。小謝寺さん、棒読みちゃんがきっちり教えてくれましたな、わら。とも、山さん、だんだん役わかんなくなりますが、わら。榊響さん、個人的に箱のゲームの原型鈴木だと思ってるんですけど、わら。光るゆうきさん、3000円やったが買うべきやったか？
I should take advantage of the silence to examine them.
とも、山さん、出演女性派加藤浩次の嫁です。石原潤さん。わらわら。光るゆうきさん、それ聞いたことある。小謝寺さん、結構お値段するんですよね。榊響さん、つまり次回作派加藤爆破。小謝寺さん、鈴木爆発に確かに似てるところもあるような感じですかね、わら。 石原淳さん、いいですね、わらわら。小謝寺さん、鈴木爆発をやって、主役の人が気になってそのまま嫁にしたという流れですね、わら。光るゆうきさん、なるほど、買いに行こうかな。荒引さん、こんばんは。荒引さん、石原さん、こんばんは。石原淳さん、荒引さんこんばんは。小謝寺さん、荒引さんこんばんは。石原淳さん。ノーカット詐欺実況者さん、荒引さん、こんばんは。荒引さん、ノーカットさん、こんばんは。小謝寺さん、鈴木爆発派いいネタにもなりますし持っておいても悪くないかと思いますね。とも、山さん、最初の方のステージはいいですけど進むとダミーやらトラップだらけになってわけわかんなくなってきます。松下真司さん、プレステの実写ゲーム派バカゲーが多いような、榎本かな子のやつとかユーラシアエクスプレスとか、わら。
The song says, sometimes I should take advantage of the silence to examine them.
榊響さん、実写ガンダム、ボソ。
I should take advantage of the silence to examine them. 光るゆうきさん、なるほどね。冬のソナタドスなんかより先に鈴木買うべきやったかな。顔、荒引さん、山さん、こんばんは。小謝寺さん、実写ゲーム好きでしたなぁ。荒引さん、響さん、こんばんは。 Regardless of what is, something that's unique to people who travel. I should take advantage of the silence to examine them.
松下真司さん、荒引さんこんばんは。
I wish to thank you all for coming. I wanted to bring everyone close to the victims here in order to unmask the murderer.
Get to the point, Mr. Poirot. What do you want from us?
とも、山さん、あの頃はエニックスが本領発揮だったのにスクエアくっついて冒険しなくなりすぎたのがなぁ。去年のバラン派。とも、山さん、荒引さんこんばんは。
You are an intelligent woman, Mademoiselle Barnard, and I'm sure that you have already understood my intentions.
荒引さん、
You think
松
that if
下
we
さん、
put our
こん
heads
ばんは。
together, we might come up with something new?
I am convinced of it. What I ask is that you
光るゆう
search
き
your
さん、ユ
memories.
ーラシア一度見送った後もう二度と出会えないレベルで見かけない。
Yes, he must have prepared his crimes very carefully.
Tout à fait. He did not get to Bexhill at midnight in order to strangle a young girl whose name by chance starts with P.
Must we go into that?
小謝寺さん、前は結構見かけてた気がしますけどね。
Mr. Fraser, please get a grip on yourself.
Well, I want to help you, but I don't remember anything else. Nothing I haven't already said.
And you, Mademoiselle Barnard? Did your sister say she was seeing another man?
She never would have told me.
Why would she hide the fact from you?
Betty knew I didn't approve of her behavior. Her flirting was spoiling any chance she might have had.
Tell me, mademoiselle, what did you talk
桜
about
井
with
さ
your
ん、
sister?
荒引さん、どうも
Silly
です。
things. Her new dress. She wanted a pair of black stockings to go with it. Mother bought her a brand new pair. The day it happened, she was crying. And to think that Betty never even wore them. Poor mummy.
光ゆうきさん、
Your
アタッ
sister
ク
used to
25
sing,
も
I
全
believe.
然見かけ
Did
ず
she
に
ever、
つい
perform
に
in
メルカ
public?
リという邪道
She
で手に
dreamt
入れま
about
し
it,
たからかを
but。she had a very bad cough. It troubled her greatly. She had to cancel auditions and miss lots of opportunities. A pity.
Yes, she sang well, but that doesn't tell us much about the murderer.
荒引さん、
In any
桜
case,
さん、
we now
こ
have
んばん
enough
は。
information to draw up a relatively precise psychological profile. Let us now try and get
石
our
原
brain
淳さ
cells
ん、
to work.
メリカリ派邪道なんですが、わらわら。松下慎二さん、もともとハサターンだけど最近プスプの街を買ったのでそろそろ始めようかな。小社寺さん、安ければ何でもいいと思います。わら。石原淳さん、メリカリしたことありません。わらわら。小社寺さん、町派名作。ノーカット詐欺実況者さん、プレステの実写サウンドノベルで人の心が読める女子高生が主人公のゲームがあって面白かったと覚えてあるんですが、タイトルがググっても出てこない我慢。光ゆうきさん、安かったです。邪道というか、手に取って買いたかったので、わらわら。桜アイスさん、アタック25って復活するんだよなぁ。と言ってみる。石原淳さん、なるほど、わらわら。ノーカット詐欺実況者さん、町派名作ですね。間違いないです。光ゆうきさん、町派詰まってしまって止まってます。いつか再開したいなぁ。小社寺さん、実写サウンドノベルの主役派誰かとかわかります？住吉さん、こんばんは。多分、アナザーマインドかな？榊響さん、サウンドノベル派かまいたちにあたりまでしか追わなかったなぁ。今もあんまり気分が乗らず、しょぼーん。石原淳さん、住吉さんこんばんは。光ゆうきさん、アタック25の復活走らなかったです。石原淳さん。ノーカット詐欺実況者さん、住吉さん、それです。小社寺さん、住吉さんこんばんは。松下慎二さん、なんだろう？アナザーマインドではないんですよね。小社寺さん、アナザーマインドでしたか？私のプレステで一番のおすすめソフトですよ。ノーカット詐欺実況者さん、松下さん、すいません、それです。松下慎二さん、住吉さんこんばんは。光ゆうきさん、 アナザーマインドか、持ってる。どこで買ったかは忘れた。ゲオのセールで見たような。山本元気さん、こんばんは。小社寺さん、みんな知ってるんですね。荒引さん、山本元気さん、こんばんは。小社寺さん、山本さんこんばんは。松下真司さん、山本さんこんばんは。石原淳さん、山本元気さんこんばんは。ノーカット詐欺実況者さん、小社寺さん、多分私の記憶が曖昧だったみたいです。とも、山さん、山本さんこんばんは。石原淳さん。山本元気さん、アタック25が復活するのはジャパネット提供で復活らしいですね。でテレビショッピングにつながると。ノーカット詐欺実況者さん、光ゆうきさん、めっちゃ面白いですよ。小社寺さん、アナザーマインド派心が読めるんじゃなくてもう一人の意識が頭の中にいる感じですね。ノーカット詐欺実況者さん、山本さん、こんばんは。山本元気さん、皆さん、こんばんは。光ゆうきさん、ノーカットさん、ありがとう。で、サウンドノベルといえば、音切りそうやりたいけど、いきなり出てくる例のあいつ、なんとかならんか？ビビるんだけど、ブルニックス、コスタさん、荒引さん、こんばんは。とも、山さん、ノベルゲー？といえばエベの新作が春に出るみたいですが初代をパソコン98番で知ってるだけでいつの間にやらシリーズ化されてたんですね。荒引さん、コスタさん、こんばんは。桜アイスさん、住吉さん、山本さん、こんばんは。住吉さん、サウンドノベルだと、閉鎖病院とかもおすすめかな。ブルニックス、コスタさん、とも、山、さん、山本さん、こんばんは。
So, ladies and gentlemen, we can now surmise without too much risk of error that our adversary is calculative, sure of himself, a seducer, of outstanding intelligence, that he has plenty of self-control, and that he likes railways. It's a good start. Other meetings may be necessary. I hope that you will be able to come back again.
光ゆうきさん、イブハニュージェネレーション以来音沙汰がないような考える。
Is something bothering you, Mary?
ノーカット詐欺実況者さん、音切りそうもみプレイなので一度走ってみたいですね考える。
It's normal that people helping with this inquiry should be reimbursed. Starting with you, Miss Drower. Please allow me to pay for your train tickets.
Oh, sir, I cannot accept.
But you must. Mademoiselle, I may not be rich, but my brother left a fortune which will be mine.
Mr. Clark, that's very generous of you.
Well, someone has to foot the bill. Mr. Poirot, would it be possible for you to come back to Devon? Lady Clark has expressed a wish to see you. We'll adjust her medicine so she'll not be too drowsy.
エベハリバースエラー派そこそこ面白かったですよ。山本元気さん、エベシリーズ箱。菅野博之氏が亡き後もシリーズつなげてる根強いゲームですな。
The meeting was most fruitful.
Really?
Hastings, I believe now we have everything we need to find a common point between the victims. Now it is time for us to use our
ほとんど無音だし。
Let us now try
住
and
吉
get
さ
our
ん、
brain cells
音
to
切り
work.
層が好きなら、大幽霊屋敷、稲川淳二の真夜中のタクシー、恐怖の屋敷とかサウンドノベルのホラー系。都市坊さん、やす。T、お疲れ様でやんす。やっと捜査を再開したでやんすね。足は簡単に捕まらないでやんすよ。小社寺さん、音切り層と共に今引き層もやりましょう。山本元気さん、松下さん、リバーステラーじゃないかな。石原淳さん、都市坊さんこんばんは。小社寺さん、都市坊さんこんばんは。やすさんこんばんは。わら。光ゆうきさん、イブハロストワンがクソゲーと聞くけど、私はそれなりに楽しめた。シャアの声の人も出てくるし、都市坊さん、石原さんこんばんは。松下真司さん、すいません。光ゆうきさん、今引き層も見かけたけど、どこの店やったかな？石原淳さん。ノーカット詐欺実況者さん、住吉さん、小社寺さん、検討してみます。ご紹介ありがとうございます。ブルニックス、コスタさん、彼のお名前は何ですか？正しいですか？小社寺さん。
The first two victims suffered from bad throat, and that was precisely the specialty of the third victim, Dr. Clark.
We have a lead.
It would pay to take a closer look at the medical records of Dr. Clark's
荒
patients.
引さん、都市坊さん、
We'll do
こん
so
ばん
during
は
our。next visit to Churston.
I will do it myself, mon ami. You must remain in London just in case ABC sends us another letter.
松下真司さん、
Very well,
都
as
市
you
坊さん
wish.
こんばんは。とも、山さん、池田さん声のゲームならシンプルシリーズのスナイパーとノットトレジャーハンターですね。都市坊さん、荒引さんこんばんは。光ゆうきさん、黒の重曹もおすすめですが、映すストーリーが嫌なら避けた方がいいですね。小社寺さん、山本元気
Thank
さ
you
ん
for
です。
coming, Mr.
ブル
Poirot.
ニックス、
Lady
小
Clark
スタ
is
さん、
waiting for you in
都
her
市坊
bedroom
さ
on
ん、
the first
こん
floor.
ばんは。都市坊さん、
Please
松
excuse me,
下
I
さんこん
cannot
ば
stay
ん
for
は
the。interview.
山本
I have
元
to
気
take
さん、
Miss Gray
都
to the
市坊さん、
station to see
こ
our
んばん
lawyer in
は。
Torquay.
ノーカット詐欺実況者さん、都市坊さん、こんばんは。とも、山さん、都市坊
Are you
さんこ
leaving
んばん
Churston
は
for。good?
都市坊さん、ブルニックスさんこんばんは。光ゆうきさん、
Miss
とも
Gray
さん、
very
持っ
kindly
てま
stayed
す
with me
よ。
to settle my
シャア
brother's
の声っ
affairs,
てだけで面
but
白そうに
naturally
見
she
えるの
prefers
は
to
なん
find a
でや。
position in
住
London.
吉さん、今引きそう
très
派
bien.
プレステさんは途
I'll
中
be
までウィッ
absent
グ
all
版派
morning,
完
Mr.
全版
Poirot,
だけど
but
プ
the
チプ
nurse
レ
is
ミアム
coming
価
soon.
格。
She's to ensure that the dose of medicine doesn't make our patient drowsy.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Have a nice trip, mademoiselle.
とも、山さん、面白いですよ。プレイヤーが困惑するだけで。光ゆうきさん、ちなみにこのチャンネルでも配信されてたけど学校であった怖い話と、その姉妹作で、引きこもりもおすすめ。ブルニックス、コスタさん、山本元気さん、こんばんは。ブルニックス、コスタさん、あはー。都市坊さん、詐欺さん、友山さんこんばんは。小社寺さん、今引きそうの完結のシナリオは別に見なくてもいいかも、わらわら。
It would be rude to make Lady Clark wait any longer.
山本元気さん、ブルニックスさん、こんばんは。ブルニックス、
It's
コ
closed.
スタさん、小社寺さん、日本語と漢字先生、ありがとうございます。
I do not need to make a telephone call now.
都市坊さん、山本さんこんばんは。
It is not the right time.
ノーカット詐欺実況者さん、明日も朝早いので、そろそろ寝ます。皆様、おやすみなさいませ。小謝寺さん、確かこの前ペイパルのクーポンが来てたから月こもりを買ったような。小謝寺さん、はい、おやすみなさい。松下慎二さん、ノーカットさんおやすみなさい。光ゆうきさん、ノーカットさんお疲れさん。としぼうさん、詐欺さんお疲れ様です。石原淳さん、ノーカットさんお疲れ様です。おやすみなさい。
This poor woman is very ill.
とも、山さん、ノーカットさんおやすみなさい。山本元気さん、ノーカットさん、おやすみなさい。住吉さん、小謝寺さん探偵物好きなら、クロス探偵物語、もうおすすめかも。光ゆうきさん、引きこもりは不気味な話が多いですね。Wii U 配信版もあります。
This woman is suffering. She is in no state to have a conversation.
住吉さん、ノーカットさんお疲れ様でした。小謝寺さん、クロス探偵物語派そこそこお値段してましたな。
Mr. Poirot?
My respects, madame.
光ゆうきさん、クロス探偵物語派少し高いけど、私からもマジでおすすめです。としぼうさん、住吉さん、大幽霊屋敷、面白いですよね。僕も持っていますよ。
I'm sorry.
The telephone in the hall is ringing. Lady Clark is in pain. I have to give her an injection of morphine to ease her suffering. Lady Clark is in pain. I have to give her an injection of morphine to ease her suffering. The Clark residence. Detective Hercule Poirot speaking.
How do you do, Mr. Poirot? I'm Lady Clark's nurse. I wanted to let you know that I won't be able to come for her injection today. Might Miss Gray be able to do it?
She has just left, but I will take care of it.
Thank you. That's very kind of you. You'll find the skeleton key to open the medicine cabinet hidden in the lion trophy.
You can count on me. Au revoir, mademoiselle.
Oh, thank you kindly.
山
Goodbye,
本
Mr.
元気さ
Poirot.
ん、ハードオフ探してたら探偵学園級のプレステ2版があったわ。アニメあったのは覚えてるけど、松下慎二さん、くだれも48、仮には触れない、わら。石原淳さん、光ゆうきさん。僕もです、わらわら。小謝寺さん、48やってみたいですけどあれも高いんですよね。光ゆうきさん、石原さん、ですよね。
Here is the skeleton key. April 1925, Aceh Province, Sumatra.
石原淳さん、おすすめされると、やりたくなります、わら。ジョーカー9614さん、小謝寺さん、皆さん、こんばんは。光ゆうきさん、48ハレトルトという有名実況者の方がやってましたけど、それなりに面白そうでしたよ。小謝寺さん、ジョーカーさんこんばんは。石原淳さん、ジョーカーさんこんばんは。松下慎二さん、ジョーカーさんこんばんは。荒引さん、ジョーカーさん、こんばんは。 山本元気さん、ジョーカーさん、こんばんは。光ゆうきさん、48波全部見てしまった顔。小謝寺さん、ネタゲート分かってやれば結構楽しめそうですよね。
It is now the right time.
石原淳さん、レトルトさん。懐かしい、わらわら知ってますね。とし
I
ぼう
have
さ
to
ん、
give her an
ジョーカー
injection
さん
of
こんばん
morphine
は。
to ease her suffering.
とも、山さん、レトルトさんが無理やりなテンションで盛り上げてるだけで自分でプレイしたらやばい
Lady
ですよ。
Clark is in
わら。
pain.
石原淳さん。ジョーカー9614さん、石原さん、松下さん、荒引さん、山本さん、としぼうさん、こんばんは。光ゆうきさん、
Lady Clark
レ
is
ト
in
ルトさんっ
pain.
てまだやっ
I
て
have
る
to
の
give
か
her
な？
an injection of morphine to ease her suffering.
松下慎二さん、やはり触れてはいけなかったのかな？わら。
This woman is suffering. She is in no state to have a conversation.
とも、山さん、ジョーカーさんこんばんは。
Lady Clark is in pain. I have to give her an injection
と
of...
しぼうさん、石原さん、トロフィー獲得おめでとうございます。
It's closed.
光ゆうきさん、48あるからやってみるかな。レトさんほど上手くないけど顔。ジョーカー9614さん、ともさん、こんばんは。
Ah,
住
Mr.
吉さん、
Poirot.
48、
I feel
光、
better
写
now.
進行不能バグあるから
Thank you for
ね。
your
レ
help.
トルトさんの動画見た方がいいかも。
Madame, you are tired, so I will get straight to the point. What can you tell me about this business?
What business, Mr. Poirot?
No doubt. You wish to talk to me about what happened to your husband?
Ah, yes. Oh, poor Carmichael. Has the madman who killed him been caught?
Not yet, chère madame. There was a great many people in Cheston on the day of the murder.
Indeed. People go straight to the beach. They don't come near Coomside.
So, there were no strangers around the house that day?
Who said that?
The people who live here. Your brother-in-law, Miss Gray.
Miss Gray? Oh, I don't like her. Franklin wanted her to stay, but I insisted she should go. Immediately.
You are entitled to do so, naturally.
I'm pleased that you approve. The others have been taken in by her. But at least you can see through that self-pity act. See what she's up to. Oh.
She is sleeping. I must find a way to wake her up gently. This subject would probably be useful to me. This subject would probably...
光ゆうきさん、48波歴史的クソゲーらしいですが、やり方次第で面白く感じそうな気もする。わらわら私がやった中で一番のクソゲーってなんだろう考える。わらわら。 都市坊さん、やす。T。足はこの辺で失礼させていただきやす。ごしゃじさん、早く足を捕まえてくださいよ。皆さんもお疲れ様でやんした。引き続き楽しんでください。V。とも、山さん、世間的に白素ゲーだったり酷評されてるゲームでも普通にクリアまでプレイできるゲームありますしね。レフトアライブとか。松下真司さん、都市坊さんお疲れ様でした。石原淳さん、クソゲー。コンボイの謎、クリアできないので。住吉さん、今更だけど、やるドラ、を視聴者参加型で選択肢投票制でライブやるの面白いかも。古いか。考える。石原淳さん、都市坊さんお疲れ様です。小謝寺さん、都市坊さんお疲れ様でした。今日中に捕まえますよ。わら。ジョーカー9614さん、都市坊さん、お疲れ様でした。とも、山さん、都市坊さんおやすみなさい。光ゆうきさん、コンボイ派無理でしたかを。住吉さん、都市坊さんお疲れ様でした。山本元気さん、都市坊さん、お疲れ様でした。小謝寺さん、やるドラ派いくつかハモってますな。
I have to put a new spring here. I hope that Hastings will not be cross. This subject would probably be useful to me.
山本元気さん、プレステ2のスキャンダルも都市坊さん、あ、スマホとプレステ4で2つ高評価を押しておきましたおわた。小謝寺さん、プレステの最初の方のしか持ってないですな。小謝寺さん、ありがとうございます。光ゆうきさん、メガドライブかなんかで、総動武装団というゲームがクソゲー帝王に君臨してるらしいですね。私はウルトラマンクラブさんがいい勝負してると思う。最初のボスが倒せない。
I hope that Hastings will not be cross.
とも、山さん、ソダン派クソゲーといえばクソゲーなんですがシステム的に無理をさせすぎてるというか操作させることが多すぎて手に負えない感じですね。松下真司さん、帝王ソダン派有名ですね。メガドラだとあとはウッドストックとかカースとかお粗末とかですね。
what are we talking about? Ah, yes, Thora Grey. Oh, Carmichael had great esteem for her, but for me she was nothing but a hypocrite.
You're probably right, madame.
You have seen through her.
光る結城さん、一度だけプレイしましたが、操作性がひどすぎる顔甘ったれた精神で流行っていけませんね。
You are very harsh. Do not forget that the girl is an orphan.
Yes, and she used the fact to get around men. Take Franklin. He's fallen for her sweet-talking charms. Oh, he's a lovely boy, very plucky and
とも、
sure of
山さん、
himself.
薬全部使ってドーピングしようとすると見ますしね。
Oh, when it comes to women.
Franklin really idealized Miss Grey.
Absolutely. It's so good to see that you all agree with me.
Miss Grey did look after you very well, though.
Outwardly. But she's hiding something. I think she tried to poison me.
Miss Grey? A poisoner? But everybody appears to like her.
It proves she knows what she's doing. She's manipulative and she's a liar.
A liar?
Let's see, didn't she say that on the day of the crime nobody was around Coomside?
That is correct.
Well, at 11 o'clock I saw her talking to someone.
Really? And what was this man like?
An ordinary sort of man with a very plain face. Oh, I don't remember well.
Was he a gentleman?
No, he was
光る
not.
結城さん、マジですか知らなかった。
It would be best to leave her to sleep now. The
とも、
telephone in the
山
hall
さ
is
ん、
ringing.
デスクリムゾンの残りハプ1の時に連続して攻撃受けるとコンティニューした時にハプ1減ってるのもかなりヤバいですが、山本元気さん、クソゲームで聞いたことあるのはサターンの、デスクリムゾン、も定番のタイトル。
Hello?
Poirot, is that you? Hastings here.
Thank you for calling. Have you received a new letter from the murderer?
No, thank goodness. How are things in Churston?
I questioned Lady Clark, but I will not leave until I have examined everything of interest to me here. Fortunately, Franklin is absent, and I have a skeleton key.
Have you seen Thora Grey again?
Briefly. But rest assured, I intend to summon her to London soon.
She's a fascinating girl.
But secretive. I would
松
like to
下
ask
真
her
司
a
さ
few
ん、デ
questions.
ス様は眼根使
Poirot,
えば
she
結
wouldn't
構
hurt
遊べ
a
るよ。
fly.
クソゲー
Each
な
to
の
his
は
own,
変わ
my
らない
friend.
けど、わら。
Yours are pretty orphans, mine old ladies that have the maladies.
Poirot, are you mocking me?
No ill intended, rest assured. À bientôt, mon ami.
光るゆうきさん、デスクリムゾンハミプレイなんです。我が家のクソゲーランクつけたら、1位バーサスヒーロー、2位ウルトラマンクラブさん、3未定女だらけの水泳大会で決定ですわ。わらわら。とも、山さん、カクカクした奇妙な動きをする一般人を売っちゃいけないと言われてもね。
The New Siberia Archipelago. Australia. I must need something to
住
continue.
吉さん、王能が気になるし。小社寺さん、デスクリムゾンも高いんですよね。松下慎二さん、せっかくだから俺はこの赤い扉を選ぶぜ、わら。
South Africa?
小社寺さん、上から来るから気をつけたいんですけど。
Brazil?
松下慎二さん、デスクリムゾン高いの？わら。とも、山さん、デスクリムゾンは Windows に移植してフリーで公開するとか発表されたものの何年も音沙汰ないのであれを再現できないんでしょうね。光ゆうきさん、アンシャントロマンもクソゲーと言われてますが、今2万円くらいに超高騰してます。石原淳さん、クソゲーといえば、ドラクエ7がクソゲーと言われたのはマジでショック受けた。ドラクエおじさん。わら。光ゆうきさん、ドラクエ7はめちゃハマりましたよ。クソゲーではないと思います。
This skeleton key would be very useful for... I must need something to continue.
石原淳さん、光ゆうきさんありがとうございます。ドラクエおじさんより、わらわら。住吉さん、ガンコンで一番面白いと思ったソフトはプレステ2の、警察官24時、かな。USB マウスでも操作できるから今のテレビでもできる。とも、山さん、アンシャントロマンは安かったんですがクソゲー実況配信してるからスマさんの影響で配信後にインフレしたんですよね。
July 1920, Alaska Peninsula. February 1922, South Africa. Franklin appears to be very active.
光ゆうきさん、アンシャントロマン、は怖いもの見たさに2017年に Amazon で1000円くらいで買いました。実はそれなりに楽しめました。カラスマルさん、あのソフト好きすぎですよね。
Franklin Clark appears to be a typical British gentleman, a good sportsman, a hunter, a traveler. Four Chinese symbols are engraved on this padlock.
榊響さん、カラスマ2機はきっと劇場版ククルス、ドアンの島に換気しているはず。
Well. The characters engraved on this disc resemble those engraved on the padlock.
住吉さん、ドラクエ7はオリジナル派石板集め大変だけどサンドスのリメイクで改善されたから自分派クソゲーではないかな。考える。光る結城さん、アンロマ派ファイナルファンタジー7に対抗して出したゲームらしいですが、デク派運命の差。でもネタとして見たらそれなりに面白いよ顔。それより私のランク1位から3位派絶対に手を出してはいけません。松下真司さん、でも黄昏のオード派マジでひどいゲーム、わら。
Like this. This character appears to be the right.
光る結城さん、黄昏のオード派やばすぎですね。あれ派弁護できない。
The position of this character looks...
石原淳さん、住吉さんありがとうございます。ドラクエおじさんより、9。榊響さん、クソゲーかと思ったら楽しかったのハウスの渦巻きかな。今やろうとしても環境ないけど、わら。
At last, the cupboard is open.
住吉さん、光る結城さん手遅れです。すでに2くらい、3くらいを所持してますわら。光る結城さん、ワンスワの渦巻き派昔少し悪いことしてパソコンのエミュレーターでやりました。初回派結構楽しめた記憶が。
Traveling in China, a practical guide for English travelers. The Railway Children, E. Nesbitt. For Franklin, und Heffy's Christmas, 1910.
榊響さん、当時友達とゲラゲラ笑いながらやってましたね。渦巻きダブル原作ホラーなのに、わら。
Genteel and wild, English countryside revisited. Helmet, flask, and rifles. Franklin is very well equipped.
光る結城さん、住吉さん、2派最初の洞窟のボスを倒せた記憶がない顔。3味派ベース系ホイホイのゲームで何も面白くないですね。動きもどこか不自然やし、わらわら。
Sir Carmichael's collection could rival that of a major museum. The door is locked. This unit contains the medical records for Sir Carmichael Clark's patients. Let us study them closely and see if there are any familiar names. Lots of dust. The records from E to Z have not been touched for years. No known names. Disappointing. No dust on the records from A to D. They've been handled recently. No known names. Disappointing. I see some papers that were not there the first time I visited. Ernest Logan, MD, Brighton Cancer Institute, 201 Dusk Road. Lady Clark, your wife is suffering from... I estimate that Lady Clark... Valuers report property. Building land located in Comside, Churston client, Sir Carmichael Clark, April 15, 1935, Court and Brunskill office. These daggers are only ceremonial weapons. I do not think that the crime weapon is here.
Tomo, 山さん、バスターズテイルとドリブンアウトもかなりの奮芸だったけど新作のハンマーオブブアーチュもかなりヤバい出来になりそうですね。
Lady Clark, your wife is... I estimate that Lady Clark's life expectancy... Valuers report property. Building land located in Comside, Churston client, Sir Carmichael Clark, April 15, 1935, Court and Brunskill office. These daggers are only ceremonial weapons. I do not think that the crime weapon is here. Ernest Logan, MD, Brighton Cancer Institute, 201 Dusk Road, Brighton, Sussex.
荒引さん、今日からモスのポテトが販売中止で来月の中旬頃再開という、すでにあるニュースを見ました。あとアップの時間が日付変更の1分前だから絵にがなかったです。
Lady Clark, your wife is suffering from a generalized terminal cancer. I confess I didn't suspect anything like that during the first exams. But with the test results I have received today, there is unfortunately no place for doubt. I estimate that Lady Clark's life expectancy is no more than 1 year. Hospitalization would not help in her case, so I advise you to keep her at home and provide her with as much morphine as required to ease her last moments. Yours sincerely, Ernest Logan. Valuers report property. Building land located in Comside, Churston client, Sir Carmichael Clark, April 15, 1935, Court and Brunskill office. Attention, Franklin. Task list. A. Ordering Lady Clark remedies. Done. B. Tidying up real estate property files. Done. C. Calling the lawyer about inventory. Done. D. Update the tenant farmer list. Done. E. Update
とも、
land rent
山さん、
accounting.
言うほどクソゲーじゃないものも多いですし、本当のクソゲーに触れてないでちょっとプレイして合わなかったらクソゲーっていう浅いプレイ
P.S.
ヤーも多
I
い
have
です
left
し
on the
ね。
living room table some of my things I don't want to keep. The locket and the dagger. I am sure you know why. Thora. I've already seen similar daggers. A dark dragon for a bright-haired maid. C. There are some very valuable objects here.
「松下慎二さん、自分派プログラムも何もできないので偉そうなことは言えないですが、ゲーム作るのってやはり大変だと思いますね。完成させるだけでも尊敬です。面白いかは別だけど、わら。荒引さん、日テレの番組で毎週やっているやつでダイエットのコーナーですき焼き、今まで見た中で食テロドラクエ思いました。小社寺さん、ちょっと飲み物持ってきますね。光勇気さん、ですよね。死ぬまでに一度は Wii のメジャーパーフェクトクローザーというクソゲーをやりたい。でもバグで本体が壊れる可能性があるからな。石原淳さん、いってらっしゃい。光勇気さん、いってらっしゃい。とも、山さん、子供の頃にせっかく手に入れた新作ソフトを意味不明なまま数ヶ月プレイしていたことを考えれば大抵のゲームは数時間プレイできるよ。わら。とも、山さん、いってらっしゃい。たくくんパパさん、クシーズシティハンター。石原淳さん、たくくんパパさん。こんばんは。光勇気さん、確かに文句言わずにやってました。子供の頃の純粋な心を私はいつの間にか失ったのか。たくくんパパさん、こんばんは。 松下真司さん、スーパースターフォース派当時派わけわからなくて投げたけど、今なら攻略情報もあるし楽しめるから、評価見直すゲームもあると思いますね。とも、山さん、たくくんパパさんこんばんは。石原淳さん、ともさん大切なことを教えてくれて、ありがとうございます。こしゃじさん、たくくんパパさんこんばんは。松下真司さん、たくくんパパさんこんばんは。石原淳さん、石原淳さん、お帰りなさい。たくくんパパさん、こんばんは。とも、山さん、いえいえ私も結構クソゲーを長時間プレイできる人間なだけです。こしゃじさん、Wii 派本体いっぱいあるからいくら壊れても大丈夫なんですけどねわら。たくくんパパさん、このおじさん
Homicide's
派
private
直立
collection,
不動
purchases since 1920. The catalogue for Sir Carmichael Clark's collection.
こしゃじさん、名探偵ポアロです。わら。光ゆうきさん、あ、そういえば Wii の業者さん
Traditional
でした
Chinese
ね。
map. Facsimile. South is on the top of the map. Compass point to the south. Bronze and magnetite, Han Dynasty, circa 210 BC, purchased in Hong Kong
とも、山さん、
1935.
リアルタイムで攻略情報もなく自力でクリアしたクソゲーで言うと里見の謎とかもやりましたし、わら。
There are some very valuable objects here.
松下真司さん、ごめん、里見の謎は無理、わら。
Sir Carmichael's collection could rival
光
that
ゆ
of
う
a
きさ
major
ん、業
museum.
者さんなら、メジャーパーフェクトクソーザーの生贄に1台格安で売ってくれない？わらわら顔。光ゆうきさん、里見の謎は僕いけますよ。
I see
こ
some
しゃじ
papers
さん、
that were
本
not there
体
the
なら
first
いく
time I
らでも
visited.
タダであげますけど、わらわら。とも、山さん、とりあえず普通人が一回戦闘すると称号が雑魚
These
になりま
daggers
す。
are only ceremonial weapons. I do not think that a crime weapon is here. Valuers report property.
光ゆうきさん、そう本体です。わらわらメジャーの生贄にしますので。
Order and method above all. Let us finish examining the
松下真司さん、Wii ならメジャーとプロゴルファーサルのプレイがおすすめ。わら。
Already seem similar daggers. Attention, Franklin. Task list. A. Ordering Lady Clark remedies. Done. B.
光ゆうきさん、クソゲーを高騰しないうちに集めておくか。わらわら。
Done. F. Ordering a restock of arsenic. Done. P.S. I have left on the living room table some of my things I don't want to keep. The locket and the dagger. I am sure you know why.
とも、山さん、里見の謎のプムルスとかいうよくわからない名前をつけたシステム派マップが上下につながってるだけですが、1箇所だけストーリーイベントで左に画面が切り替わります。
A dark dragon for a bright-haired maid. C.
住吉さん、ウィルがゲームキューブみたいに値上がりするといいですが。光ゆうきさん、里見の謎より、ドスのアトリエデコラドールコレクションの方が無理。あれはゲームではない。小社寺さん、かなり売れた本体ですから値上がりすることありますかねー。わら。
This unit contains the medical records for Sir Carmichael Clark's patients. Let us How am I
光ゆう
going
き
to
さん、
open this
ウィーハ
trunk?
可能性薄そうですね。確かに売れてましたね。とも、山さん、すでに中古本体をドルクガチャ感覚で買ってる人もいるので在庫派減ってるとは思いますけどね。
Leaving the code on the trunk. What a strange character Franklin is.
「小社寺さん、それでもまだまだありそうです。わら。松下真司さん、鈴木爆発モード来た。わら。小社寺さん、ガチャが終わったら売る人もいるでしょうし、わら。 住吉さん、今少しずつプレステにも値上がりしてるんですよね。プス2のジャンクが軒並み高くなってます。小社寺さん、そうなんですか。松下慎二さん、今日、ゲオ行ったらプレステ3と4がごっそり売れてた。とも、山さん、プレステ2の本体にプス1のブアルキリープロファイル入れちゃったら起動が怪しくなりました。わら。光るゆうきさん、今日はそろそろ失礼しますね。明日鈴木買いに行くかもしれません。面白かった皆さんいろいろありがとう。またね。謙信さん、こんばんは。小社寺さん、はい。おやすみなさい。松下慎二さん、ゆうきさんおやすみなさい。小社寺さん、謙信さんこんばんは。石原淳さん、光るゆうきさんお疲れ様です。おやすみなさい。とも、山さん、おやすみなさい。松下慎二さん、謙信さんこんばんは。住吉さん、ハードオフさんもちゃんとチェックして動くプレステには値段つけて売るように変わってきました。石原淳さん、謙信さんこんばんは。謙信さん、松下さん、こんばんは。とも、山さん、謙信さんこんばんは。謙信さん、石原さん、こんばんは。
So, what is this sound? I should be able to open the trunk now. There we are.
謙信さん、山さん、こんばんは。荒引さん、謙信さん、こんばんは。小社寺さん、このゲーム、謎解きパズルやってる間に事件を忘れるね、わら。謙信さん、荒引さん、こんばんは。
Why has Franklin put an Allen key inside his trunk? I'll borrow it for a minute.
松下慎二さん、むしろこちらがメイン。わら。小社寺さん、確かに今のところほぼ推理してないですしね、わら。
Whiskey and other good quality drinks. Mr. Clark really has refined tastes. Whiskey and other good quality drinks. Whiskey and other good quality drinks. Mr. Clark.
榊響さん、謎解き派パズルの後で、なお終わらない模様。
This skeleton key would be very useful. An Allen key. It can be used in 5 positions. An Allen key. It can be.
「松下慎二さん、まさにミステリーという流れ状態、わら。
An Allen key.
荒引きさん、すき焼きで痩せるが食べる量と人によると思います。
This engraving is not very easy to understand. I need to sort it out. It is blocked. It is blocked. It is blocked. It is blocked.山さん、テンファミにニュースが上がったんですがブラッドボーンの 2D アクションをフリーで公開した人がゼルダ風のアクションアプグを発売したそうです。小社寺さん、同時に動いちゃう系派苦手だなぁ、わら。 It is blocked.
松下慎二さん、見てても全くわからん、わら。石原淳さん、同じく、わらわら。荒引さん、世界地図みたいに見えるが違う？謙信さん、自分も。謙信さん、確かに。
Franklin must really love his country to have an engraving in his trunk. I think I heard the panel above release.
石原淳さん、世界地図。確かに、わら。荒引さん、アメリカ大陸がないとオーストラリアもないです。小謝寺さん、おお、たまたまだけどいけた、わら。とも、山さん、イギリスか、わら。小謝寺さん、多分これはイギリス、わら。松下慎二さん、ハマると気持ちいい、わら。
A signet ring with a code written on it. 1587. It may be useful to me.
小謝寺さん、多分これ2周目でもハマりそう、わら。
Best to leave her to sleep now. The plates around the picture appear to have unlocked. I think I've already seen these symbols on Franklin's trophies. Alaska. Australia. South Africa. February 1922, South Africa. July 1920, Alaska Peninsula. April 1925, Aceh Province, Sumatra. Sumatra. The plates around the picture appear to have unlocked. I think I've already seen these symbols on Franklin's trophies. Alaska. Alaska. Brazil. South Africa. The African kudu. South Africa. The Lion of Sumatra. The Alaskan Kodiak bear. I heard the sound of a mechanism. Strange way of protecting one's safe. Triangulating one's hunting sites on a map. A signet ring bearing the Clark's family's coat of arms. A number is written on it. These documents are very likely going to help me for the rest of the inquiry. A dozen gold sovereigns. Some shares for the Southern Railway and some treasury bills. This is not worth much, hardly enough to justify your robbery. Eton College School Year, 1912-1913. Franklin Clark. School report for Franklin Clark. According to his teachers, Franklin was a good student, but lacked discipline. Sir Carmichael Clark, Campside, Churston, Devon, to Mr. Franklin Clark, Peninsula Hotel, Salisbury Road, Tsim Sha Tsui, Kowloon, Hong Kong. Campside, 1935, January the 12th. Dear Franklin, first, I wish you a good start to a successful new year. I have received your letter dated December 10th. Thanks for defending my interest against Wang, this robber. Things could have got pretty bad if you weren't a real cold-blooded guy. I envy you for that. Things go on here much as usual. Charlotte is moderately free from pain. I wish one could say more. You may remember Thora Gray. She is a dear girl and a greater comfort to me that I can tell you. I should not have known what to do through this bad time but for her. She has an exquisite taste and shares my passion for Chinese art. No daughter could be a closer or more sympathetic companion. Life has been difficult, but I am glad to feel that here she has a home and true affection. You wrote me you want to stay in China for 1 more year or even longer. I don't object. The longer you stay, the more opportunities you will have to increase our collection. Nonetheless, you should know that we miss you here, and that Charlotte will be gone by the time you come back. I am, dear Franklin, your truly affectionate brother. Charlotte Clark, Campside, Churston, Devon, to Mr. Franklin Clark, Peninsula Hotel, Salisbury Road, Tsim Sha Tsui, Kowloon, Hong Kong, Campside, 1935, January 1st. I wish you with all my heart a happy year 1935. Writing my greeting cards, I have affectionate thoughts for you. Always smiling as a child, sailing to distant countries and bringing back to us trunks full of wonder. At home, everything annoys me, starting with this young Thora Sir Carmichael is so fond of. I have nobody to share my feelings with, so I write to you. How can I tell you what happens to me? The simplest way the better. I am doomed. I still have 1 year to live, no more. How do I know? I opened the secret drawer of Carmichael and read a letter not addressed to me. In this letter, Dr. Logan tells my husband in the most direct way the truth he conceals from me. Sir, I know, but my husband doesn't know I know. Please don't tell him. And if he shares the truth with you, act as you were surprised. Carl will probably speak in his usual convoluted way, but I wanted to be the first to announce it to you. It does matter to me that you are aware of what happens in Campside. Warm regards, Charlotte. Franklin Clark appears to be a typical British gentleman, a good sportsman, a hunter, a traveler. Miss Thoroughgrey, Comside, Chuston, Devon. Arsenic trioxide thallium. The Black Dragon's Curse. To Franklin, who will never grow up. January 25, 1928. Car Charlotte. I see some papers that were not there the first time I visited. These daggers are only ceremonial weapons. Valuers report property. Building land located in Comside, Churston client, Sir Carmichael. Ernest Logan. Lady Clark, your wife is suffering from a generalized terminal cancer. I confess I didn't suspect anything like that. I estimate that Lady Clark's life expectancy is no more than 1 year.
小社寺さん、ここの3つ目派なんだろう。
Order and method above all. Traditional Chinese map. Facsimile. South is on the top of the map. Comside's private collection. The catalogue for circa. Sir Carmichael's collection? I do not need to make a telephone call now. Best to leave her to sleep now. I am not going to leave Comside now. I still have some things to do. I've finished with this subject. Franklin Clark appears to be a typical British gentleman, a good sportsman, a hunter, a traveller.
森越滑風さん、今日もご視聴ありがとうございます。高評価チャンネル登録ふわっとよろしくお願いします。ではガンダム行ってきますかお。コシャジさん、コッシーさんこんばんは。今からガンダムですか。わら、頑張ってください。荒引さん、コッシーさん、こんばんは。石原淳さん、コッシーさんこんばんは。石原淳さん、いってらっしゃい。森越滑風さん、会長さん倒してきます。松下慎二さん、コッシーさんこんばんは。ガンダム頑張って。謙信さん、森越さん、こんばんは。謙信さん、頑張ってください。
Order and method above all. Let us finish examining the mansion while no one is around. This unit contains the
石
medical
原淳
records
さん、
for Sir
会
Michael
長さん逃げ
Clark's
て今破
patients.
壊される
Let
前
us
に、
study
わ
them
らわら。
closely and see if there are any familiar names. Lots of dust. No known names. No dust on the records from A to D. They've been handled recently. No known names. Disappointing. Sir Carmichael's collection could... I see some papers that were not there the first time I visited. I see some papers that were not there the first time I visited. These daggers are only ceremonial weapons. Ernest Logan, M. Lady Clark, I estimate that Lady Clark's valuers report property. Building land located in Comside, Churston client, Sir Carmichael. Valuers report property. Building land located in Comside, Churston client, Sir Carmichael Clark, April 15, 1935, Court and Brunskill office. Court and Brunskill. The name is familiar. Is that not the name of the firm Donald Fraser works for?
「小社寺さん、正面見てなかっただけか、わら。」
Where is the horrible smell of carrion coming from?
「石原淳さん、そういえば、小社寺さん。辛い食べ物派、大丈夫なんですが、秋葉原の。」石原淳さん、辛い、わらわら。小社寺さん、 私もうちの奥さんも辛いの好きですねー。わら。桜アイスさん、森さんと謙信さん、こんばんは。石原淳さん、なるほど、わらわら。
Something makes me feel uncomfortable.
Kenshinさん、桜アイスさん、こんばんは。
Round pellets. Revolting. Tut-tut. The gardener does not follow the alignment. There, that's better. It is symmetrical. There, that's better. It is symmetrical. I would like to congratulate Clark's gardener. What symmetry!
桜アイスさん、寝落ちて目覚め、そのまま見てました。わら。小社寺さん、おはようございます。わら。
It must hold some rare plants.
石原淳さん、桜アイスさんおはようございます。桜アイスさん、小社寺さん、おはようございます。わら。
May you have peace, Carmichael. Charlotte.
どうも、山さん、桜アイスさんおはようございます。桜アイスさん、ところで、森さんの姿を見かけたけど考える。石原淳さん、多分配信に行ってます。わらわら。小社寺さん、今派会長さんのところでガンダムやってますねー。 桜アイスさん、ともさん、おはようございます。とも、山さん、辛いものといえばペヤングの極激辛麻婆焼きそば派ちょっとシャレにならないレベルで辛かったですね。桜アイスさん、ごしゃじさん、そうなんですね。ごしゃじさん、多分お土産のクッキー程度の辛いものならそんなに激辛ってわけじゃないと思いますけどねわら。
It was probably the gardener who lit this fire. Look here. I wonder if someone wanted to get rid of these papers. This object would probably be useful to me. Let us now try and get our brain cells to work. Everything that Thorgray has left behind comes from Sir Carmichael's collection. He most probably gave them to her, but she chose to leave them here rather than run the risk of being accused of theft. It is understandable when you know just how much Lady Clark mistrusted her. Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
とも、山さん、ペヤングもネタを始めた頃の辛口程度ならなんてことないんですがちょっと去年の発通に危険物扱いでいいレベルでした。
Considering the stinking remains on the path, not far from the property. I've finished here. I must put the skeleton key back and inform Hastings that I'm returning to London. Après il... Before leaving, I have to put the skeleton key back. If someone has tried to get rid of these documents, they may be important. April 1925.
石原淳さん、うちの地元。ペヤング。取り扱いないですね。
Perfect.
今はコンビニにあるのかな。わらわら。小社寺さん、ネタ的なものはドン・キホーテにあるイメージ、わら。石原淳さん、なるほど、わらわら。小社寺さん、この前ツイッターにあげたペタマックスの醤油ラーメン派ドン・キホーテで買いました。わら。
I am not going to leave campsite now.
とも、山さん、そういえば九州や北海道派置いてないって聞きましたね。
Hello, Hastings? I have finished in Charleston. I will take the first train.
石原
Tell me,
淳さん、
do you know how
な
to
るほど。
restore writing on a
沖
burned
縄なんて、
document?
ないですね。わらわ
Yes,
ら。
you just have to soak a cloth with a hydrochloric acid solution and rub the sheet of paper. Then the characters appear.
Bien. You have been of great assistance, Hastings. Could you please order the solution as soon as possible?
Of course, but what documents do you want to read?
You will see, my friend. À ce soir.
Donald Fraser is here. He insisted on waiting to see you.
「小社寺さん。石原淳さん。
I lock my revolver in this drawer. I've not used it in a very long time. Deli blague. August 31, 1935. Moustache at half-mast. Poirot's repeated failure in ABC case. Sometimes small things trouble great men. Hastings, faithful collaborator of the Belgian detective, knows something about it. 3 mornings in a row, he confided to us, the cook broke the egg yolks when preparing Poirot's breakfast. This apparently casual event has greatly disturbed my friend, to the point it breaks his concentration and slows his judgment. I also noticed his mustache, of which he is so proud, being duller than usual.
Poirot, I assure you I haven't said any such thing to the journalists. They twist everything.
Royal Mathematical and Statistical Society's Bulletin, September the 9th, 1935. The alphabet murder, a methodical madman. It's highly probable that the alphabet murderer will kill again. Could we possibly estimate the number of victims in his next crime? Yes, and it is easy. As soon as we know the ratio of towns, cities and villages whose names begin with a D and the ratio of English people whose names are spelled the same. On the one hand, the ratio of towns, cities and villages in England with a name starting with D, and on the other hand, the ratio of English people with a name also starting with D. After this initial calculation, it is easy to deduce the likelihood of actually being murdered if you belong to the target population. Go to the last page to find our results and details on the calculations. Ah, some cool hair. Hastings, it would appear that you are getting slightly thin on top.
Really? I hadn't noticed.
This man is tired. Donald is short of sleep, and it looks as if he didn't even bother to undress before going to bed. This bottle is for our visitors. Personally, I prefer the sherry.
Mr. Poirot, I don't know why I'm here.
You wanted to talk, and you came to find the only man capable of hearing you.
Mr. Poirot, since Betty's death, I've doubts about myself. I don't know what to do. And I keep having a horrible dream 3 nights in a row.
Have a drink, and tell me about this dream.
It's always the same. I'm on the beach with Betty. I grab her round the throat, and I squeeze, and squeeze until she's dead. Her head falls back, and I see that it's no longer Betty. It's Megan's face.
Have you seen Megan Barnard recently?
Yes, our grief has brought us together. I never really knew her before. She's really quite a remarkable girl. But I would never tell her about my dream.
Why not? Is it her you are attacking in your dream?
No, it's Betty. And once Betty is dead, it's Megan's face that appears in its place.
Very interesting. Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
謙信さん、すみません、寝落ちします。小社寺さん、はい。おやすみなさい。とも、山さん、おやすみなさい。私は寝落ち率 90% 入るのでそのうち普通にいなくなります。小社寺さん、はい、寝落ち自由な配信ですので、わら。小社寺さん、ここ全くわからん、わら。
Mr. Fraser, I think that the real meaning of this dream is that you are in love with Megan Barnard.
Please go on. Do.
This dream certainly betrays your guilt.
Oh.
But what do you feel guilty about? Having killed your fiancé? Possible. Or forgetting her very quickly for her sister? Certainly. And this forgetting is perceived as a second death.
So you don't really think I was the one who killed Betty?
I do not exclude this theory. I am simply saying that I do not need to know that fact to explain your dream and your guilt.
Thank you for being frank, Mr. Poirot. You've helped me a great deal. I'm going back to Bexhill. I'll not take any more of your time up.
It is late, Mr. Fraser, and you are tired.
I'll sleep on the train. I like trains. It's easy to sleep rocked by the sound of the wheels.
Poor boy, he seems completely lost.
Well, women seem to like him. I think Megan will take care of him. Oh, I remember. Did you order the product I needed?
Yes, we'll be receiving it tomorrow.
Bien, it is late, and I asked Miss Gray to come tomorrow morning. I have a few questions I wish to ask her. Mademoiselle, I asked you here in order to answer a very important question. You lied to us, and I demand to know why.
But what are you talking about?
Yet, Lady Clark maintained that she saw you talking to a stranger on the front doorstep.
Really? She must have been mistaken. Oh, I remember now. I'd forgotten all about it, but it wasn't important. It was just a salesman. One of those traders who sell stockings from door to door.
Can you describe him to me?
Medium size, glasses, dark suit, and a felt hat. Not the sort of man you notice. Completely harmless. That's why I forgot all about him.
Nothing else?
He was very hesitant and shy. Usually door-to-door salesmen are very confident, but he wasn't.
You did not leave Churston willingly, I believe.
I don't wish to lie. Lady Clark did not appreciate my presence. And Franklin could not go against the wishes of a sick lady. He is a good man, and he worries a great deal about his sister-in-law.
I noticed that you left some personal belongings behind at Churston. It was too risky for you to keep these objects, am I correct?
Risky? What was the risk?
You know very well what Lady Clark might have said if you had kept these objects.
Indeed. These objects were gifts. But Lady Clark would have been convinced that I'd stolen them. By returning them, I put an end to such evil gossip.
Bien. I must ask you one last question. Please reply frankly with either yes or no. If Lady Clark had died, would you have agreed to marry Sir Carmichael if he'd asked you?
How dare you ask such a question? Sir Carmichael treated me just like his daughter. And all that I ever felt him was affection and gratitude, nothing else.
Thank you, mademoiselle. I will not keep you any longer.
I met Thora Gray on the stairs. Her cheeks were ablaze, and she appeared to be deeply hurt. Poirot, have you offended the poor girl again? Do you have good reasons for accusing her?
I accused her of nothing, Hastings. I simply asked her an important question she did not answer. Let us see if we can answer it for her. Let us now try and get our brain cells to work. You must know how to read between the lines, Hastings. When Sir Carmichael refers to paternal affection, he's lying to himself. Read this engraving on the brooch. A dark dragon for an angel with glossy hair. These are the words of a lover, not a father. Lady Clark was not wrong.
What if Sir Carmichael had fallen in love with his secretary? That doesn't mean that she forced him to do so.
True, there are extenuating circumstances. She is a penniless orphan. But she's calculating. Just look how she avoided it when asked if she would have married Clark.
I see. You think she seduced Sir Carmichael for her own gain, and that now she is doing the same with his brother. Poirot, your world is a very dark place.
Do not get carried away, mon ami. We have another more important matter to settle.
Really?
Yes, would you believe that Miss Grey taught me something new? Let us now try and get our brain cells to work. It's perfectly clear, Hastings, perfectly clear. Indeed, a stalking seller visited Andover, Bexhill and Churston on the day of each murder. We have our suspect. This should be of interest to Jop. Ah, some cool hair. Chief Inspector, we are looking for a stocking salesman.
I see you have a suspect.
Yes. Contact all the stocking wholesalers who may employ him.
Your suspect is a salesman?
No, he does not take orders. He sells door to door.
Right. The hunt is on.
Are you leaving, Mr. Cust?
Yes, I'm going to Cheltenham.
You shouldn't travel today. You don't look very well.
I have to. I have engagements. I must respect them.
Can you get the post, Hastings?
And why don't you go and get it yourself?
Très bien. What's going on? I've never known Hastings to be so disagreeable. Daily Blag, August 31, 1935. Sometimes small things. 3 mornings in a row. This apparent...
Poirot, I assure you I have...
Royal... It's highly probable that the... On one hand, the residue of time. After this initial calculation, go to the last page.
Ishihara Jun-san, コッシーさん、頑張ってましたよ。わらわら。 小社寺さん、頑張ってますな、わら。
Hastings' photo album. He is very proud of his bag. Churston, Devon, population 500 inhabitants. Hourly of trains. London, Churston. Poor Mr. Poirot. I'm quite sorry for you. If at first you don't succeed, try again. We've a long way to go still. Typery? No, that comes later. Letter T. The next little incident will take place in Doncaster on September 11th. So long. ABC. I should compare this letter with the one on my desk. It is not the right time. Mon ami, it is a pleasure to be working with you again. I have missed you these past few years. Let us examine this more closely. Certain characters in the two letters may have similar defects. The double. Right. Let us compare this with... Of course, the W characters in the two letters do indeed have the same defects. I have to find some other similar defects to confirm my theory.
石原淳さん、ジョーカーさん、お疲れ様です。おやすみなさい。
Yes, this...
小社寺さん、はい。おやすみなさい。
Let us compare this with the other letter. Yes, the I can... I have to find some other... Yes, the A appears... Right, let us compare this... That's right, the A characters in the two letters... My theory was right. These two letters... Hastings, he strikes tomorrow. Chief Inspector Japp?
He's on another line. Can I take a message?
Yes, please, mademoiselle. It is from Hercule Poirot. Tell him ABC strikes tomorrow in Doncaster. He must call me back.
Very well, sir.
Bien, now I'm going to see what I can find from these burnt documents. I've received the product I need. Hastings, if you do not mind, I would like you to take a few notes.
Yes, yes. So, how are you getting on? I'm ready to take notes.
Now, down to work. What of this needs putting in order a little. If someone has tried to get rid of these documents, they... Poor Mr. Poirot. I'm quite sorry for you. This page is finished. That's done. 3 more to go.
松下真司さん、少し寝てた。もしかしてもうクリア近い？小社寺さん、どうでしょう？わら。 古社寺さん、ストッキング屋さんが犯人と浮上しましたけど。
I think that this is right. This piece should be placed here. This page is finished. And that's 2 done. It's easier than I thought. This piece should be placed here. This page is finished. Only 1 more. Keep going. This piece should be placed here. This page is finished. All the pages are reconstructed. A
古社寺
bottle
さ
of
ん、全
solvent.
部のページ復元できて全然燃えてなかったってことかな。わらわら。
A bottle of solvent. The cloth is now soaked with solvent.
松下慎二さん。わらわら。
Got it! Make a note, Hastings, make a note. Mrs. Alice Asher, shop owner in
石原淳
Andover.
さん。確かに。わら
Tracheitis,
わら。
nectisis, prescribed laudanum.
I got it. Look. Poirot, where on earth did you find these files?
On a fire at the bottom of the garden at Comside.
All right, but where did the person who burned them find them?
Alice Asher, shopkeeper in Andover. Tracheitis, hemoptysis, chronic cough with loss of blood. Prescribed laudanum-based cough medicine. Betty Barnard, waitress in Bexhill. Chronic bronchitis causing dysphonia. Advised to stop smoking. Alexander Bonaparte Cust. War wounded, mustard gas and head trauma. Pulmonary emphysema. Hemoptysis. Coughing fits with blood. Suffers from absences and amnesia. Dick Dudley Dunbar, owner of the Black Swan Hotel in Doncaster. Asthmatic, heart disease, heart condition. Let us now try and get our brain cells to work. the burned documents are medical records, and without a doubt, they come from Clark's archives. First of all, because all the patients have throat conditions. And secondly, their name starts with either A, B, C, or D, and it is precisely the files that match these letters that have been tampered with.
But why burn these files? How come the names of the two victims appear on
松下
them?
真司さん、
And who are
捜
the
査も大
two
詰め
other
かな。
patients?
These are very good questions.
Hello, Poirot?
Any news, Chief Inspector?
You wanted a stocking seller? We have one. Reported by his landlady who thought he was behaving suspiciously. He has the most unbelievable name.
Alexander Bonaparte Cust.
Yes, Alexander Bonaparte Cust? How did you guess? Poirot, you have magical powers. It's a serious lead. I called Doncaster. A person matching Cust's description has been seen at the station. He got off the train from London, but after that, nobody knows where he went.
Look for him at the Black Swan Hotel.
What? How do you know he's there?
Trust me, Chief Inspector.
You appear to be very sure of yourself. Very well. I'll call the Black Swan straight away. The owner is going to get a shock when he learns that there's a murderer under his roof.
Do your best, Jap.
You can count on me.
Hastings, everything is at stake. With a little luck, our main suspect will soon be under lock and key. So, has Cust been arrested?
Yes, the Doncaster police are sending him by train.
That is good news. But why so gloomy, Chief Inspector?
Well, when I told the hotel owner that he was sheltering a murderer, he collapsed.
He's dead?
No, fortunately, but it has taken its toll on him. It has to be said that with his name starting with the letter D, he had every reason to fear Cust. I bet he was going to be the next victim.
Come now, Chief Inspector. He's at the hospital and the doctors are taking good care of him.
You think so?
Of course. Do not feel down, Chief Inspector. Let us focus on our investigation.
While we're waiting to question Cust, we could search his room in London.
Where does he live?
The Marbury Guest House?
I'll see you there.
Yes, but start without me. First of all, I have to sort out a few details for Cust's transfer.
I understand. À bientôt. Hastings, we are making good progress. Please go and search the room of our number one suspect.
With pleasure. I did have a dentist appointment, but I'll cancel.
The dentist. So that is why you are so nervous and bad-tempered.
A visit to the dentist is never an enjoyable prospect.
But an unavoidable one. Go to your appointment, Hastings. I will manage on my own. To Marbury Guest House, please. Marbury. There is a very pretty village by this name, in Cheshire. It is a very beautiful piano. Maybe Mrs. Marbury likes to play in her free time.
How do you do? You must be Mr. Hercule Poirot. Chief Inspector Japp told me that you might be coming.
Madame, you may be of valuable help to me.
It would be my pleasure to help you. Will there be some journalists there as well?
I think you might even be interviewed. You are key witness.
I've suspected him for some time, but he appeared so harmless. Oh yes, sometimes he got angry and waved his arms about. But even then, he wasn't frightening. And he was as gentle as a lamb again immediately afterwards. It was only this morning that I understood. He told me he was going to Cheltenham, but my daughter saw him at Euston Station. It's not the right station. To get to Cheltenham, you have to take the train from Paddington. And what's more, Mr. Cuss left behind an ABC with Doncaster underlined. As you can imagine, when I saw that, I called Scotland Yard.
One moment, please. How did you know that Cust had underlined Doncaster in his railway guide?
I went and had a look in his room.
I see. Do you make a habit of searching through your lodger's belongings?
Well, what are you going to do later? I bet you're going to poke around his room too?
Tell me, did you have any other reason to suspect Mr. Cust?
He's rather queer. He talks to himself, he has a bad cough. Because of the war, he says. And then he was in Churston when that millionaire got murdered. I found his train ticket when I washed his coat. He didn't want me to wash his shirt. He washed it himself. But I did see big brown stains on it.
Where were the stains on the shirt?
Can't recall.
Cust used to travel for his work. Is that correct?
Yes, although he was unwell on trains.
Do you know where Cust was at the time of the murder in Andover and Bexhill? On June the 21st and July the 25th?
No idea.
But surely you keep a register.
It won't do you much good. Mr. Cuss rents his room for the year. If he goes away for a few days, I have no reason to make a note of it. Ah, I remember one thing. Bexhurst by the sea, right?
Indeed, it is a large seaside resort.
Well, as it happens, at the start of July, Mr. Cuss asked me to repair his bathing dress. Suspicious, huh?
Very interesting. Please continue.
I also forgot to say that he started buying newspapers that talked about the case.
Which newspapers?
The evening ones and the daily ones.
That will be all for now. I'm going to take a look at his room.
Take the key on the counter.
This woman appears to be in bad mood. Mrs. Marbury is taking out her bad mood on the evening meal's potato. I should check the register. Mrs. Marbury may have been hiding something from me.
I don't think my register will help you. Mr. Cuss rents his room all year. If he goes away for a few days, I have no reason to make a note of it.
The truth is becoming apparent, and I have something to say to Mrs. Marbury. Mrs. Marbury is taking out her bad mood on the evening meal's potato. Mrs. Marbury, if I am to believe the register, you rented room 306 to a certain Mr. Fishman on the day of the Bexley murder? Room 306 is Cust's room. Can you explain yourself?
If I did, it was because Mr. Cust wasn't here. What about it?
You rented the same room to two people. That's fraud.
Calm down, Mr. Poirot. My lodgings were full and I couldn't let poor Mr. Fishman sleep outside.
It looks like I've found the real master of this house. There is no need to worry about the household cat. I'm sure that Mrs. Marbury lets it do what it pleases. Laudanum Cameron's Chemists. Laudanum, a medicine for coughs. It is what Dr. Clark prescribed for Mrs. Asher. This subject will probably be useful to me. Diethyl barbituric acid, Johnson Company. I know this medicine. It is a powerful sedative. This subject will probably be useful to me. How awful. This place is a real mess. The least we can say that Mr. Cust is not very concerned about order and balance. Did Cust drop it when he opened the window? Or was it Mrs. Marbury while she was cleaning? John Milligan, Managing Director, Silky Legs, Frederick Street, Leicester. To A.B. Cust, Marbury's Guest House, 1935, May the 21st. Dear Sir, further to our letters dated 5th and 10th of the month, we confirm we are you as door-to-door salesman, according to the conditions stated in our previous letters. We will send you the articles by mail and also a Redfield typewriter you will be using for every business letter. Regarding the schedule of your rounds, please do as following. June 21, Andover. Arrive by train the 20th in the evening and get a room at Station Hotel. Start your turn in the north part of the town. This letter establishes that Cust went to Andover, but the ink has hidden the destinations of his other trips. I know from Mrs. Marbury that he went to Churchton. I just have to show that he went to Bexhill, and I will have proved that he was
小社
present
寺さん、
at all
天
the
沼
crime
さんこん
scenes.
ばんは。松下真司さん、プニさん、天沼さんこんばんは。プニ、ガメスさん、皆さんこんばんは。小社寺さん、名前があぶくの順番に殺人事件が起こってます。石原淳さん、プニさんこんばんは。松下真司さん、もうそろそろクライマックス？プニ、ガメスさん、ミンさんどもども。石原淳さん、天沼さんこんばんは。小社寺さん、今その事件に共通して姿が確認されているストッキング屋の部屋に捜査に来てます。
Long-bladed knife. A murderer's weapon.
天沼さ
The
ん、
subject
皆
would
さんこんばん
probably
は。
be useful to me.
桜アイスさん、天沼さん、こんばんは。
A long-bladed knife. A murderer's weapon. It's an ABC. Cast is parsimonious.
桜アイスさん、
He keeps his
プニさん。
pencils and sharpens them until there is nothing left. It is clear that he did not grow up in luxury. I have to get the ribbon. How am I going to do it?
プニ、ガメスさん、どうも。
The left-hand heel has been removed. The right-hand heel has been removed. Something is blocking the ribbon. And here is the ribbon. Let us see if it was indeed used to write the letters sent by ABC. I only need the ink ribbon for my inquiry. I will let Jack clean the keyboard if he wishes. All the letters announcing the murders were written on Cust's typewriter. War of 1914-1918. By the King's order, The name of Corporal A.B. Cust, Devonshire Regiment, was published on the London Gazette on May the 10th, 1918, as mentioned in a dispatch for gallant and distinguished service. An army dispatch, wounded on the Somme front, victim of a gas attack. Corporal Cust greatly deserves his distinction. ABC guys, enough to sign about a dozen murders. It's closed. ABC guy. This knife is very useful. Who knows? Maybe it never cut anything other than string. Stockings. Trousers, white shirts. Everything has been washed very well. The Bexhill daily paper, dated from the day of the Bexhill murder. Most probably the bathing dress repaired by Mrs. Marbury's expert hands. All the main articles referring to the ABC case are here, from the Churston murder onwards. Nothing before that date. This dark stain. It could be blood, but goodness knows how long it has been there. Let us now try and get our brain cells to work. The register shows that Cust did not sleep at the guest house on the day of the murder. Where was he? Bexhill. The Bexhill paper reveals it. Cust bought this newspaper in Bexhill on July the 25th. No use continuing the inspection of this room. I've seen all there is to see. Goodbye, Mrs. Marbury. Thank you for your help.
I look forward to seeing you again, Mr. Poirot.
Ah, Chief Inspector. I was about to leave.
Good evening, Chief Inspector. Welcome. Please excuse me, I must go to the kitchen. I'll leave the key of Mr. Cust on the counter.
I'm sorry I'm late. I've spent ages with the Doncaster police. And you?
I have established one fact. On 3 occasions, Cust was at the scene on the day of the crimes. I had best talk to Jap.
I've listened closely to what you have to say, Poirot. For me, there's no doubt. Cust is guilty. Do you have any element that might prove the contrary?
That is what we're going to look for. Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
The evidence against Cust is overwhelming. His presence at the scenes, the knife, the blood-stained shirt, the ABCs in a box.
C'est vrai. However, the blood Mrs. Marbury saw on Cust's shirt may have been his own. According to his medical records, he suffers from hemoptysis. The murderer cut Sir Carmichael's throat from behind, and the blood spurted outwards. You would expect the murderer's shirt to be stained on the sleeves, not on the buttonholes. Yet we see quite the opposite. You would expect the murderer to keep the newspaper articles about his crimes. But Cust's collection starts in Cheston, as if it discovered the case rather late.
I agree it's troubling, but it doesn't change my mind. There's small details that we should be able to clear up by questioning Cust.
When can we talk to him?
Doncaster is sending him to us on the first train.
Are they questioning him already?
He says he can't remember a thing.
It's plausible. Doctors say he suffers from absences and amnesia. Mrs. Marbury has confirmed this.
He may have done the murders in an altered state.
A familiar situation.
It's not enough to clear his name. Dr. Thompson insisted that even if you don't know what you're doing, you never commit a murder without wanting to.
Très intéressant. I shall remember that.
Right. I'll go and examine the suspect's room.
Chief Inspector, I took the liberty of removing a few clues to examinatum.
All right, we'll discuss them tomorrow. In the meantime, I'm going to see if you've missed something.
To Scotland Yard, please. This man is not in good shape. He is worried and very tired, and other police have been hard on him.
小社寺さん。
I am not going to leave before having finished questioning him.
What do you want from me?
Good day, Mr. Cust. I am Hercule Poirot.
Ah, you're the detective.
Why did you send me a letter before each crime?
Why all these questions? When are you going to stop pestering me?
Très bien. You did not hide these letters. But the question remains, who did?
Probably one of my enemies. I have many.
I do not believe that you are capable of murder, Mr. Cust.
I hope not.
You suffered during the war.
It's true. I was wounded. I suffered. But the army was the only place I didn't feel inferior. No questions. Just orders to follow.
But ever since you were wounded, you have absences, bouts of amnesia.
And headaches.
Professor Clark treated you.
Yes, a few years ago he really helped me with my burned throat.
Of course, you never considered killing a doctor who took such good care of you.
No, never.
Do you deny being at the scene of the crimes?
So? There was no harm in being there. It was only for my work.
Poor man. If only I could help him. I know this medicine. It is a powerful... Take this. It will help you.
Thank you. Oh, good God, my shirt is covered in blood again.
Bon. I now know where the bloodstains Mrs. Marbury saw came from. Are you well enough to speak?
Yes, I feel much better.
You were seen at all the crime scenes.
Yes, I was. I travel a lot, but not for pleasure. I am terribly unwell in trains. But I had to respect my engagements. My employer gave me very precise written instructions about the towns I had to visit.
Let's see. The company you claim to work for, Silky Legs, has never heard of you. And as for these letters they sent you, they were written on your own typewriter.
The company sent me the typewriter when I started working for them.
Yes, but the letters were received afterwards. It proves that you wrote them.
I may have. Good God! I don't know what's happening to me. My head hurts terribly.
「小謝寺さん、終盤に向けてトロフィーが連続できますな、わら。」
Take this.
松
It will
下
help
慎
you.
二さん、何か釈然としてない感じ。
Oh, I think I'll be fine.
Let us see, Cust. Look at me. You know very well that you committed these murders?
Yes, I know.
But I'm not wrong in saying that you do not know why you committed them.
No, I don't.
「小謝寺さん、日本語訳のせいなのか選択肢で何を聞こうとしてるのかがわからない時がありますな、わら。」
Let us leave Cust alone. He's at the end of his tether.
And
石
what
原淳
conclusions
さ
have
ん、
you drawn?
咳が多めですか。タバコの吸いすぎでは、今のご時世誤解を招きますよ。わらわら。
Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
「石原淳さん、僕のことかな、わらわら。タバコ吸いすぎで咳がやばい。気をつけなくては。」 小謝寺さん、それは気をつけないとですな。
「
don't see any clearer than before. This is worse.
There is one point to highlight. C'est curieux. Cust admits that he killed, but he does not know why. What did Dr. Thompson say? Even if Cust killed while in an altered state, it still must have been his deepest desire. He must have had a motive.
Let's keep it simple. Never mind his motive. He confessed.
But you see, he can confess to anything and everything. He denied the murders and then he confessed to them. He confirmed that he never typed the letters, then with great ease, I managed to get him say quite the opposite.
Come on, he behaved like a guilty man. He lied to his landlady.
Because deep down he believes himself guilty. From the papers, he noticed that he had always been at the scene of the crimes. He must think that he killed and then simply forgot what he had done.
How can you be so sure?
Let us look at his psychological profile. You will understand my point of view. Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
Matsushita Shinji-san, 急展開、わら。
You see? Cust's character is quite the opposite of the murderer's.
But if he's a madman, can we really talk about his character?
You know very well that our murderer does not behave like a psychopath. Apart from the signature, there is no ritual repetition in the choice of victims.
Very well, you're right as always. So we have no confession, no culprit, no suspects, nothing. And all that after 2 months of inquiry? What should I do?
Have faith. Just give me 24 hours.
小社寺さん、あと24時間で解決。小社寺さん。長い？わら。
To White Heaven, please.
石原淳さん。わらわら。松下慎二さん。もうポアロ派犯人わかってそう。わら。
Cust's arrest is a great success for you, Poirot. It's all clear now, except maybe 1 or 2 details.
Details. Ah, mon ami. The devil is in the detail, as we say.
Excuse me?
Patience, Hastings. Everything will be clear once our guests arrive. Best be prepared. Slip a revolver into your pocket before they do.
A revolver? But Poirot, what are you afraid of?
Trust me. It is important you carry a weapon for this meeting. I will lend you mine.
What about telling me what you have in mind?
Surtout pas. You wouldn't be able to play your role. Wait one moment, I will bring you my weapon. Daily Flicker, September the 11th, 1935. ABC affair, Terminus Doncaster, Jap and Poirot arrest the killer. A.B. Cost is the name of the alphabet murderer. The police have arrested him in a hotel in Doncaster. He was preparing to kill his fourth victim, Mr. Dick Dudley Dunbar, the establishment's manager. Mr. Dunbar owes his life to the miraculous intervention of Inspector Japp of Scotland Yard and Detective Hercule Poirot. The Lancet, September 11th, 1935. General Medical Journal. The alphabet murderer is not psychotic, according to Professor Thompson. In an early issue, we claimed that the alphabet murderer was not psychotic. Our assertion has just been confirmed by Professor Thompson, a Scotland Yard expert, who has spoken to the prisoner at great length. Not all obsessional killers are psychotic, he explained. It is true that Cost has a disturbed personality and memory disorders. But his amnesia, whether real or pretended, does not alter the fact that he was perfectly lucid at the time of his acts. Therefore, he will not escape punishment. The white ammunition are blank cartridges. The others are real bullets. The revolver is loaded with real bullets. I still have time to choose blanks. The revolver is loaded with blanks. I still have time to choose real bullets.
What about telling me what you have in mind?
Surtout pas. You wouldn't be able to play your role. Wait one moment, I will bring you my weapon. Voila, I entrust you with my weapon. It has hardly been used, it is almost new.
You're not answering, Poirot?
石原淳さん。
Ah, some cool hair. Chief Inspector, is that you?
Yes. Sorry, but we haven't found anything.
Have you checked the typewriter?
And the packaging, the letter, and the ribbon reel. We've only found prints left by Cust and his landlady.
Well, never mind, I shall make do.
So, are you still going to hold your meeting?
Of course, Chief Inspector. I can hear my guest coming up the stairs.
Why have you brought us here, Mr. Poirot?
Since Cust's arrest, I thought it was all done and dusted. Miss Gray formally identified him, as well as Miss Barnard.
Yes, and the stockings he saw drove the same brand as the ones found at my aunt's.
This is all true. However, a case is not closed if some questions remain open. And one question is, why did the murderer send me his letters? Why did he challenge me, Hercule Poirot?
Perhaps he wanted to play with you, to taunt you.
Xenophobia? Maybe he didn't like you because you're foreign.
I may be wrong, but maybe by provoking you, he was looking for glory?
All these theories should be studied. Let us now try and get our brain cells to work. Is everything clear now?
You might like to explain your reasoning again.
Of course. First of all, remember that the murderer made it a rule to always post his letter before the murder. He never digressed from that rule. However, in Churston, he encountered a problem. The village has only 500 inhabitants. With advance warning, it would be easy to arrest him. Therefore, the murderer delayed his letters deliberately with the wrong address. The plan wouldn't have worked if he'd sent it to Scotland Yard or the papers because everybody knows their addresses. The mistake would have been corrected and the letter would have been on time. That is why the murderer chose me as the recipient.
Because for his plan to succeed, it was necessary for at least one of the letters to have a wrong address and get lost. It was very cunning.
Absolument. It is a very subtle plan. It matches the profile we have drawn up of him perfectly. That of an intelligent, daring and calculating murderer.
But that's not how you describe Cust.
You are quite right, mademoiselle. Like you, I find it hard to believe that this dull character is the clever murderer we are looking for.
Do madmen... I mean, if he's mad, he might have two very different sides.
No doubt. But the murderer is not mad. All the specialists agree that he does not have the profile of a psychopath.
But if Cust is not guilty, how do you explain his presence at the scene of the crimes?
Mr. Clark, the answer to your question is in the medical records of your brother's patients. Documents which Cust most certainly did not have access to. Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
Shinku-san.
ちょうちょー。
頼みなさま。
ちょうちょー。
J おじさん、こんばんは。松下慎二さん、犯人箱の中にいる、状態、わら。小社寺さん、シンクさん。
ちょうちょー。
シンクさん、あ、いいところだけ見に来ちゃった感じか顔。石原淳さん、J おじさんこんばんは。小社寺さん、J おじさんこんばんは。石原淳さん、シンクさん。
ちょうちょー。
小社寺さん、まさにクライマックスの犯人はお前だ、のとこですよ、わらわら。 松下真司さん、シンクさん、J 王子さんこんばんは。シンクさん、王子さん、石原さん。
チャオチャオ。
シンクさん、松下さん。
チャオチャオ。
J 王子さん、石原さん、松下さん、シンクさん、こんばんは。シンクさん、ある程度作業を終わらせれたからやってきたら顔。小社寺さん、むむむ、ここよくわからんな、わら。石原淳さん、コッシーさん。靴さん相手に、
Dr. Clark's
7
patients
マサル1
records
杯。
provided a
だ
very
そうで
useful
す。
list of
会長
potential
さんには
victims,
負けてるみ
sorted
た
by
いです。
alphabetical order.
ガンダム、
The killer
松下
definitely
真司
used
さん、
it,
カ
explaining
ス
the
との
fact that
行
all
動
the
が読め
victims
な
were
い。
former patients of the doctor. It is this fact that clears Cust once and for all, because he never had access to these
小社
records.
寺さん、すごいですな。
So how did he happen to be at the scene of the crimes? Either the murderer sent him there, or Cust was following him closely. Cust's highly suggestible nature leads us to the second hypothesis. The murderer was manipulating him. He systematically sent Cust to the towns where he was going to strike, so that the suspicion would land on the poor man's shoulder.
That's evil. What sort of killer could have such a plan? And what would he gain from 3 completely different murders?
Indeed, it seems unlikely that the same murderer committed all the crimes. What should we take from that?
石原淳さん、コッシーさん上達してますよ。と会長テレビさんが言ってました。
Just one murder was of benefit to the murderer. The others were just diversions. On reflection, there is only one conclusion. The murderer killed once out of interest and twice to divert our attention. This reasoning points at 2 potential culprits.
Franklin Clark. Donald Fraser?
Yes, mademoiselle. That's good thinking. Mr. Fraser may have killed Betty out of jealousy. Mr. Clark may have killed his brother in order to inherit his large fortune. Both have a motive.
But Donald did not have access to Dr. Clark's records.
Please allow me to disagree with you, mademoiselle. Donald, too, has been treated by the doctor.
You're quite wrong, Mr. Poirot, and it shouldn't be difficult to prove.
Oui, please excuse me. It was a slip of the tongue. This is what I wanted to say. Donald, Sir Carmichael was one of your firm's customers. We found a surveyor's report among his papers that proves it.
It doesn't prove that I went to Comeside.
You could have done it. And you may have used the opportunity to take a look at Sir Carmichael's records.
You think I'm guilty?
You? Or Mr. Franklin Clark?
That's ridiculous.
Both of you have a motive. The question is, which of you has the profile that most resembles the murderer? Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
シンクさん、さて。忍耐アサールシネルンゴ。すやー。シンクさん、おやすみー。コシャジさん、はい。おやすみなさい。松下真司さん、シンクさんおやすみなさい。石原淳さん、シンクさん、お疲れ様です。おやすみなさい。シンクさん、皆様おやすみなさいませ。
Ladies and gentlemen, Donald may share many character traits with the murderer, but he does not have his cold indifference. He has a temper. It is hard to imagine him planning anything. Also, jealousy is his motive, and crimes of passion are rarely planned.
Right, I suppose it's my turn to be subjected to the same scrutiny.
Absolument, Mr. Clark. Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
ごしゃじさん、もう決まったな、わら。松下慎二さん、もう一択、わら。石原淳さん、決まったな、工藤、わらわら。
As you have all seen, there is a disturbing similarity between Mr. Clark's profile and that of the killer. In actual fact, it is exactly the same.
Mr. Poirot, your psychological studies are interesting, but your conclusions do not add up. Why would I have wished my brother's death? The inheritance is lawfully mine. I just have to wait.
No, you had to act quickly. Because you are incapable of waiting.
Really? Well, I am no murderer. You presented him as being a cold and patient schemer.
Certes, normalement. But Lady Clark's imminent death precipitated events. Mademoiselle, although you haven't been telling the truth, there is no doubt in my mind that you would have found a way to marry Sir Carmichael after Lady Clark's death. For you, Mr. Clark, it was a disaster. If Miss Grey had children by your brother, you would not have inherited a thing. You realized the danger after reading several letters from Comside, especially one in which your brother opened his heart to you. So you hurried home from China, and you took action. In truth, Cust was no more than a puppet manipulated by the real culprit. You, Mr. Clark.
Such an imagination, Mr. Poirot. In fact, nobody manipulated Cust. The famous instructions he received by post. He wrote them on the typewriter. We know that for sure.
Oh no. You know perfectly well. That is not true. Eh bien voilà. Light has now been shed on the ABC murders.
Your theories are ingenious, but you haven't any proof.
One point to him. For the moment, I have no material proof. Either I admit to it, or I bluff. One thing proves it. The prints you left on Cust's typewriter.
Enough.
Oh, of course you wiped the typewriter before sending it. But not carefully enough. Scotland Yard has found your print along with those of Cust.
I understand why you never wanted to lend me your new typewriter, and why you were searching through your brother's things. And the hole you dug on the moors. What did you hide there? The knife you used to kill your brother?
Game, set, match. You win, Mr. Poirot. But it was worth trying. Don't come near me! I'll never let you take me, Mr. Poirot!
I'm sorry, Mr. Clark, there is no easy death for you. I expected your reaction, so I used blanks. I'm sorry, mademoiselle, but your second chance has been lost. Franklin Clark will never inherit his brother's fortune.
Disappointed at having missed the chance to become Lady Clark, Thora Grey left England. Donald Fraser and Megan Barnard married. On Poirot's recommendation, Mary Drower started to work for Lady Clark. The elderly lady's condition suddenly took a turn for the better. And a few months later, to Dr. Logan's great surprise, she was back on her feet again. According to this eminent physician, it appears to be an extremely rare case of spontaneous remission. Lady Clark has enjoyed very good health ever since. Journal of an Innocent. The incredible story of ABC. As for A.B. Cust, after being advised by Poirot, he made a great deal of money by selling his story to the press. And as for me, and with business booming, the Black Swan has become the #1 tourist attraction in the whole of Yorkshire, even more popular than York Minster.
ごしゃじさん、終わったー。松下慎二さん、おめでとうございます。ごしゃじさん、でも推理パート派ポアロに操られていた感がある、わら。石原淳さん、パチパチパチ。ごしゃじさん、ありがとうございます。 石原淳さん、コッシーさん。なんかいい感じですね。靴さん2級勝る2敗だそうです。モニカさんの話題になってました。わらわら。小謝寺さん、圧勝ですな。わら、かなり練習したんですね。わら。石原淳さん、みたいですね。わら。松下慎二さん、そのうち参加方の対戦とかやりそう。わら。小謝寺さん、プレステ3版では前にやってましたね。石原淳さん、コフやストリートファイタなら自信はあります。わらわら。小謝寺さん、スト後の対戦会も前にやってましたな。 小社寺さん、このエンディングちゃんと終わるかなわら。石原淳さん、なるほど、ザンギエフデイドみたいですね。ちなみに、ゲームセンター。出禁になる程度です。わらわら実利派。松下慎二さん、みんな若そうだから自分はすでに反射神経で負けそう。わら。石原淳さん、実力派。小社寺さん、めっちゃ強いんですな。松下慎二さん、パズルで評価分かれそうだけど意外といいゲームでしたね。石原淳さん、腕に自信があるだけです。わらわら。小社寺さん、面白かったですよね。ポワロの雰囲気よく出てましたし。石原淳さん、小社寺さんの配信派、僕が知らないゲームをしてくれるから楽しみです。知っているゲームならさらに盛り上がります。わらわら。小社寺さん、ありがとうございます。小社寺さん、多分、これループしてるね、わら。石原淳さん、ボタンとか押してみては、わらわら。松下慎二さん、やけにスタッフ多いと思ったら、わら。
Some post for you, Poirot.
Mr. Hercule Poirot, you fancy yourself, don't you, at solving mysteries that are too difficult for our poor thick-head British police? Let us see, Mr. Clever Poirot, just how clever you can be. Perhaps you'll find this nut too hard to crack. Look out for Endover on the 21st.
小社寺さん、これはまた最初からかな。 社寺さん、チャプターセレクトとカールとトロフィー集め腹楽そうだけど、わら。小社寺さん、てか、進行奴隷になっちゃったし、わらわら。
Franklin Clark is unmasked. And there we have it. And there we have it. Franklin Clark is after dinner in bed when Franklin understands that his brother's inheritance is going to be stolen from under his nose, he decides to get rid of him. In order not to be considered as a suspect, he has the idea of including the murder as part of a series that the police will put down to a madman. Franklin uses Sir Carmichael's medical records to choose his victims as well as the ideal suspect, Alexander Bonaparte Cust, who was seriously wounded in the war. Franklin uses Sir Carmichael's medical records to choose his victims as well as the ideal suspect. Franklin writes the letters he will send me before each murder on his own typewriter in advance. He contacts Cust by letter. Cust is convinced that he is working for a hosiery company. In reality, it is Franklin that sends him his instructions, his goods, and even his typewriter. When we receive the first letter, Hastings thinks that it is a joke. Following his written instructions, Cust goes to Andover. He visits Mrs. Asher's tobacco shop and sells her a pair of stockings. After Cust's visit, Franklin, in turn, enters the tobacco shop. Mrs. Asher is not suspicious of the murderer, whom she takes to be an ordinary customer. The old lady turns around to take a packet of cigarettes. She is beaten to death. We investigate the first murder with Hastings. No suspect has a motive. A few weeks later, we receive a second letter signed ABC. Chief Inspector Japp is informed. The victim's name should start with the letter B. Alexander Bonaparte Cust goes to Bexhill. He sells Mrs. Barnard a pair of stockings. Betty Barnard leaves her work. She's dressed to go out. The young woman is strangled on the beach. Betty was killed by the man who had arranged to meet her that evening, the seducer Franklin Clark. In Bexhill, Donald Fraser appears to be the perfect suspect for Betty's murder, but he has no connection with Mrs. Asher. 5 days after the Bexhill murder, Cust goes to Churston for his work. In the afternoon, Soagre turns away a stocking seller. After dinner, Sir Carmichael Clark takes his usual walk. His brother waits for him, hidden behind a bush. The murderer leaps out from his hiding place and cuts Sir Clark's throat. The third letter arrived late. Franklin deliberately wrote a wrong address. In Churston, Thorogray and Franklin Clark are the main suspects. Back in London, Cust is seized by violent coughing fit and brings up blood. He stains his shirt, which later frightens his landlady. We receive the final letter from ABC. The next murder will be in Doncaster. The second general meeting in London highlights the common point between the victims, stockings, and a throat condition. Custer's landlady telephones the Scotland Yard to tell them about her suspicions. Cust is arrested shortly afterwards in Doncaster. Franklin had planned a fourth murder in Doncaster. He abandons the idea after Custer's arrest. Cust confesses to the crimes he did not commit. He's an easy culprit. Too easy. Franklin Clark is unmasked. He is the true culprit and the man who manipulated Cust. And there we have it. Another case solved by Hercule Poirot.
小社寺さん、結構達成できてないのもあるんですな。小社寺さん、その辺がトロフィーに絡んできそうかな。小社寺さん、トロフィー集めは裏でやることにして来週からはまた別のゲームを始めましょうかね。桜アイスさん、新草ニョロニョロン。
チャオチャオ。
松下真二さん、そろそろ抜けますね。仕事前に少し寝ておきます。桜アイスさん、松下さん、おやすみなさい。小社寺さん、はい。おやすみなさい。遅くまでありがとうございました。石原淳さん、僕もそろそろ寝ますね。お疲れ様です。おやすみなさい。小社寺さん、ということで、今日はここまでにします。桜アイスさん、石原さん、おやすみなさい。松下真二さん、皆さんおやすみなさい。荒引さん、お疲れ様。小社寺さん、はい。おやすみなさい。桜アイスさん、小社寺さん、お疲れ様。おやすみなさい。小社寺さん、荒引さんこんばんは。石原淳さん、皆さんお疲れ様です。おやすみなさい。小社寺さん、ご視聴ありがとうございました。桜アイスさん、荒引さん、こんばんは。小社寺さん、おやすみなさい。荒引さん、桜さん、小社寺さん、こん